And good afternoon, everyone. It is just about 4 o'clock. This is Corey Hartman in SevereStudios HQ. And we've got another night of potentially dangerous, potentially deadly weather. And things are getting rocking very quickly here in portions of Nebraska and South Dakota. Let's take a look at the satellite map here, first of all. And you can see a big complex of thunderstorms down here into portions of northeast Nebraska and southeast South Dakota. There are multiple warnings. We will get to those here in just a little bit. There are no tornado warnings just yet, but the severe thunderstorm warnings today could pack winds of 80, 90, or 100 miles per hour. So a very dangerous situation here for this afternoon. We've got storm chasers in the field. Jordan Hall and John Humphress are currently streaming live from Redfield and Miller, South Dakota. We do have a lot of other chasers in the area. They will be firing up their live streams a little bit later on as we get things going here this afternoon. As you can see on the top left of your screen, we just had a tornado watch issued. That is on top of the severe thunderstorm watch that was issued earlier. And that severe thunderstorm watch is a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. And that is because we have winds that could approach 105 miles per hour. And we're going to bring that up here on the screen so that you can take a look at that. There is the severe thunderstorm watch. That is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. That is a pretty rare severe thunderstorm watch. Usually a PDS comes out for a tornado watch when large tornadoes are expected, but this is a PDS severe thunderstorm watch because of the widespread wind threat that we are going to see here this evening. And again, if you can read on the left there where it says wind, widespread gusts to 105 miles per hour. This includes Mitchell, Yankton, Madison, Sioux Falls. Let's see, Salem in there, Parkston in there, Parker in there, just east of Chamberlain, down toward Charles Mix County, into portions of northeast Nebraska, Dakota County, Dixon County, and then northwest Iowa, Sioux Center, Lamar's, Sioux City, Storm Lake, Spirit Lake, and southwestern Minnesota, including Laverne, Worthington, Pipestone, Marshall, Windham, etc. So again, PDS, Severe Thunderstorm Watch. We also, as I mentioned, just had a tornado watch issued here in the last about 5-10 minutes. And let's take a look at that one, because this one has some specific characteristics that we have to watch out for as well. This tornado watch till 10 p.m. has the potential for strong tornadoes. Strong tornadoes are possible, maybe one or two, hail to tennis ball size, and winds up to 90. So with the wind being kind of the third thing, still winds up to 90 miles per hour likely inside of this tornado watch here. So this tornado watch includes areas just east of Mobridge, includes Pierre, includes Highmore, includes Miller, includes Huron, Aberdeen, Watertown, Redfield, Sisseton, Millbank, Watertown, Brookings. And so basically the Highway 14 corridor and north with this tornado watch. And again, inside here somewhere, there could be one or two strong tornadoes here tonight. So as we get the coverage rolling here tonight, we do have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings already in effect from the Kimball, South Dakota area through Stickney, Corsica, Armour, Lake Andes, Wagner. You're going to be getting in on it here in just a little bit. As we slide into Nebraska, the Niobrara area, Creighton, Nebraska, Plainview, Norfolk, it's coming your direction, Madison, and all the way down to Columbus, Nebraska, with severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And we're just going to work things from north to south all night long here because there are some pretty decently populated cities out here in the middle of South Dakota and Nebraska. So the first one, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Aurora, Gerald, Charles Mix, Gregory, and Brule counties. Goes until 4:30, so another half hour on this one. Severe thunderstorm located over Platte. Platte is right there, and that is moving northeast. North is what they're saying at 50 miles per hour, just slightly to the northeast. So Kimball and White Lake, you are in the path. Another warning just issued over the top of all of these. We'll get to that in a second. But Kimball and White Lake, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, possibility of 1-inch hail as well. Dave Grant, could you answer that for me? Thank you very much. Phone ringing off the hook and don't know who's calling. So let's see here. So we've got this other severe thunderstorm warning here with a better chance of hail, it looks like, also until 4:30. And they are saying golf ball size hail here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Davison, southern Aurora, Charles Mix, and Douglas counties. This storm right here near Aurora Center and New Holland, South Dakota, moving up toward Plank, Stickney, maybe Mount Vernon as things go on here. And they are saying 70 mile per hour winds and golf ball size hail. And you can see those hail cores right in here with that kind of dark purple and even black color on the radar. All right, just checking to make sure everything's rolling on YouTube. Like to thank you for joining us on YouTube this afternoon. And we've got many of the same cast of characters in there as we did last night. Thanks to everyone who is joining us in that chat room on YouTube here tonight. All right, let's continue with the severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we had this gigantic warning here. Look at the size of this thing. That covers like 6 counties, maybe more than that, maybe 10 counties, portions of. So let's talk about that one because it does include Mitchell, Parkston, Tyndall, Yankton, Freeman, Olivet, all of these areas here in southeastern South Dakota. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Davison, Aurora, Charles Mix, Gregory, Bonham, Douglas, Yankton, Hanson, Turner, Union, and Hutchinson County. And it also includes a little portion of Clay County, if I didn't mention that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 counties or portions thereof under this particular severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So the National Weather Service kind of getting ahead of things on this particular warning and this particular area and just saying, you know what, it's coming and everybody needs to be in shelter at this time inside of a strong building, stay away from windows. Again, the possibility today that we could see gusts 80, 90, maybe even 100 miles per hour here this afternoon. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for a big chunk of southeastern South Dakota here, 70 mile per hour wind gusts as they move eventually toward Mitchell, Salem, and Sioux Falls. And Madison is up the road here probably in the next hour or two. So again, large hail, we'll take a look and see if there's any large hail out there in this particular storm. Seems to be a pocket of hail right here between New Holland and Aurora Center. That could get up to Stickney or Plankington. Also some hail falling in Armour. That's maybe dime size. Probably have some quarter size hail here west of Delmont vicinity, along and north of whatever this highway is here, US 18, into portions of South Dakota. Jed from Care 11, is there anyone near Minnesota? Not at this time. Everybody's in South Dakota right now. All right, so TV station in Minneapolis asking if there is anyone in Minnesota. Right now, everyone is in South Dakota. We may get into western Minnesota a little bit later on this evening. All right, let's jump down to our friends in Nebraska here, northeastern Nebraska, and look at these severe thunderstorm warnings, probably all for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. This is Holt County, Nebraska, Boyd County, Nebraska, also until 4:30. Destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, they are saying, already in this area. Gross to Lynch, getting over here toward Niobrara, Nebraska. 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is Knox County, Nebraska. This severe thunderstorm warning also in effect until 4:30 this afternoon. Here's the deal, folks. These storms are all severe. I'm taking the boxes off so we can even see the cities, because there are so many cities that are under the gun right now and so many warnings that we have to take the warning boxes off the screen to even see some of the cities here. So Niobrara, Nebraska, the bridge goes over the river right here. 90-mile-per-hour winds inside of there. Verdigris, Center, Winnetoon, Creighton, anywhere along this line. Now, people out in front of the line need to get ready. Dante, Avon, Springfield, Lindy, Bloomfield, the Wausau Magnet area, Randolph, Nebraska, all the way down to Hoskins and down towards Stanton, Nebraska. Anywhere along this line, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. In some places, 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've already had a wind gust in Norfolk of 80 miles per hour with a large tree down on a house. Folks, these storms are not playing around tonight. These are going to take down trees. These are going to take down power lines. These could rip roofs off of houses. So if you have friends or relatives that are in front of these storms, so in other words, Wayne, Nebraska, Sioux City, Iowa, Hartington, Yankton, Vermilion, South Dakota, Tyndall, Parker, even Canton, Sioux Falls, Salem, Mitchell, call them, let them know what is heading their direction, have them tune in to this YouTube Live. Please share it on your social media, and we'll get this warning out to everybody here. SevereStudios, by the way, was founded in Mitchell and Sioux Falls and Madison, South Dakota. So this is our home markets for the last 15 years. Done a lot of storm chasing in this area. Reports are coming out very quickly now. 88-mile-per-hour wind gust in Ewing, Nebraska. That's Holt County there, northwest of Neely. 61 miles per hour reported near Clearwater. Just south of Neely in Oakdale, a fertilizer plant has already been destroyed by strong winds here in Oakdale, right along Highway 275 here, west of Tilden. In the Tilden area, power poles are over the roadway. Shingles have been blown off. 3/4-inch hail, that's dime-size hail reported there. Again, an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust just reported 7 minutes ago in Norfolk, Nebraska, with a large tree down on a house. So, already getting reports of 80-mile-per-hour and greater winds. Yankton, Vermilion, Hartington, Nebraska, that is where we are most concerned with, because as you can see, this bow echo here that we already have on the radar, and the center of it is in Center, Nebraska. And you can just kind of draw a line right out here. So Yankton, Vermilion, Hartington, maybe even Tyndall, South Dakota, this is where your 80 and 90-mile-per-hour winds are going to come from. But again, all of these areas from just north of Plankington, South Dakota, all the way stretching down to Columbus, Nebraska, are under severe thunderstorm warnings, and we are going to have over 70-mile-per-hour winds with this particular watch here this evening. So, once again, we've got Jordan Hall here in Redfield, South Dakota. We've got John Humphress in Miller, South Dakota. We have Freddy McKinney in Woolsey, South Dakota. And we're going to go ahead and get Freddy's stream here, and we'll get him up and going. Hopefully he's in the list from last night. Yes, he is. Boom. There we go. And let's get to our quad split here. And we've got a fourth, I should say, that will be coming up later. It could be Roger Hill, could be a multitude of people, because we have a lot of people out in the area. And again, I'm going to update this to Woolsey, South Dakota. It's a little bit further north, about an hour north of Mitchell. Jordan Hall's in Redfield-ish. John Humphress is in Miller-ish. Nothing going on up there yet. Let's slide up to where everybody is. They're in the tornado watch. They want to be there. Redfield, Clark, Huron. There's Miller, Falkton, Ipswich. And again, Woolsey is right in this neck of the woods, right there west of Huron. So a lot of people staged up here waiting to see what happens. Of course, these individual storms out in front of the line, we don't like to see those. Those are the ones that have tornado potential. There could be a tornado, though, that spins up in any of these. This cell by Armor right here is looking very interesting. See these little pockets of possible rotation, strong winds for sure, but anywhere along these little surges of wind, you could get a spin-up tornado here between Armor and Delmont. So take it easy, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a long afternoon, I think. So let's see what's going on in the chat room here. PLCC is back. We've got, boy, I can't even... Okay, IPK Smack. Hello, Penny. Golden Blue Dude is here. Great Songs is here. And Scott Vincent is here as well. So over 160 people watching already. Again, we appreciate you sharing it on your social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever you got. Share this stream out there tonight. We also appreciate, although it is not required by any stretch of the imagination, if you want to drop a super chat into the chat room, send us $5 for coffee or whatever, because I think we're going to be here probably till, I don't know, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning again. And we're definitely going to need that coffee. So let's get back to what's going on the radar here. Let's just see if we have any updates on these warnings, as again, they are flying hot and heavy. If you live in some of these areas, some great radio stations to listen to. Cool 98 and KMIT in Mitchell, South Dakota. That's 98.3 FM, 105.9 FM. Also in Yankton, you've got WNAX radio. They do a fantastic job. And those are some stations that are probably on the air doing live coverage right now. As things go a little bit further to the northeast, SevereStudios has affiliates in the Watertown and Millbank areas. So we've got radio stations that basically cover the eastern half of this tornado watch. And as the storms get closer to Watertown, Aberdeen, Brookings, Millbank, those areas, you will hear me do live coverage on those radio stations that are affiliates of SevereStudios. So once again, we've got a PDS severe thunderstorm watch in effect. That's particularly dangerous situation. That is for 90 to 100 mile per hour winds that could be coming out of these storms here momentarily. We also have a tornado watch up to the north and central portions of South Dakota, including Pierre, Selby, Aberdeen, Redfield, Huron, and points off to the east. There could be a strong tornado somewhere in this tornado watch here tonight. Once again, our streams are Freddy McKinney in Woolsey, Jordan Hall near Redfield, and John Humphreys near Miller, South Dakota. Humphress. Well, sorry, buddy. He hates when I do that. John Humphress is in Miller, South Dakota. I always want to say Humphreys for whatever reason. Okay, my wife is sending me pictures of dogs. Well, we lost our puppy a few weeks ago, and I don't know if we're going to adopt another one or not, but we'll see what happens there. Apparently, my wife is oblivious that we've got severe weather going on here tonight. We've got stations off in Minnesota. You heard the KARE 11 NBC station in Minneapolis called, wanted to know if we had anybody in Minnesota tonight. Nope, most of our chasers are in South Dakota right now. I've also got radio stations that were hit pretty hard last night, such as Mankato, Minnesota, Owatonna, Minnesota, Faribault, Minnesota, Durand, Wisconsin, all texting here to see if they are going to have any weather tonight. And I don't think that they're going to see quite what we're about to see here in eastern South Dakota. We are also working with our friends at KSFY and KDLT Television. That's Dakota News Now out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So our streams will get used if conditions warrant. Thanks for the water, Dave Grant. Really appreciate that. So as things really get hot and heavy here and the stations out of Sioux Falls start breaking in on television, tune to Dakota News Now. That's KSFY and KDLT, where I used to do weekend weather a coon's age ago, as they used to say. So let's take a look and see what's going on here. And boy, a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for the Mitchell, South Dakota area. We've got Davison, Sanborn, Aurora, Gerald, Douglas, Hanson, Hutchinson counties until 5 p.m. Golf ball size hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Wow, that is just absolutely destructive. Destructive is what it's going to be. Stickney, White Lake, Plankington, Mount Vernon, Storla, Wessington Springs, Letcher, my wife's hometown, Mitchell, Woonsocket, Lane, Loomis, Forestburg, all of those areas have the potential of golf ball size hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. These storms, by the way, are moving northeast at 50 miles per hour as I take my first drink of water here. And we're definitely going to need to stay hydrated as the evening goes on and on and on. Let's slide back down to this big severe thunderstorm warning. 12 counties, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. Portions of 12 counties, this gigantic severe thunderstorm warning here, and that is for 70 mile per hour winds. They're only going to increase, folks. I think we are going to see 80, 90. We've already had gusts to 80 miles per hour down here on the south side of the line in Norfolk, Nebraska. More reports coming in. We already had the tree down on the house, 67 mile per hour gust, 58 mile per hour gust. Power poles down on the highway here. Starting to get some warnings into South Dakota now. Bone steel, multiple 3-inch branches down. Southwest of Platte, a 61 mile per hour confirmed gust. So these storms are confirming 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds here tonight. And that is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to continue to give you these reports, these updates. Storms are moving toward our storm chasers. All of these little icons here, these little cars, these are all SevereStudios storm chasers. Not everybody live streams. Not everybody sends in video. Sometimes they are just strictly on Twitter, and they are sending in reports. They are out there spotting, and maybe they'll shoot some video with their phone, send that in a little bit later on here tonight. So let's see what we've got going on here. Corsica, South Dakota now coming in with a 62 mile per hour wind gust. So we've got 62 in Corsica. And I have to remember, yep, right there, there's Corsica. So storms just went through there and again confirmed 62 mile per hour wind gust. Hardington, Nebraska, several 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts near Hardington and Cedar County in Nebraska. So we've got the Hardington area and Cedar County right down here. There we are. Wow, already in Cedar County, Hardington, Nebraska. That's why it's so far in front of the line. I didn't think we were already there, but blowing dust happening, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds are currently going on in Hardington, Nebraska. So Crofton, Coleridge, Bow Valley's down here somewhere. Why not? There it is, Bow Valley. Why not getting up here toward Meckling, Gayville, Vermilion? And there's no warning right now here from Newcastle, Damascus to Vermilion. I wouldn't be surprised to see a warning fill in here any second now because we've already got, again, confirmation of 80 mile per hour winds near Hardington, Nebraska. The reports are coming in faster than I can even really read them. And this corridor is going to get 80 to 100 mile per hour winds, and they are likely to impact many big towns here like Salem, Sioux Falls, Canton, Mitchell. Mitchell's actually under 2 different warnings right now for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Golf ball size hail and 80 mile per hour winds with this cluster of storms right here. And those are basically stretching from north of White Lake and Plankington to Stickney to just outside of Mount Vernon and down to Corsica. And check right there, we've got a little kink in the line, little appendage sticking out here north of Delmont. And if we take a look at velocities here, I mean, there's a possibility of a spin-up tornado anywhere in this particular area of, let's see here, this Douglas County. Yep, Douglas County, northeastern Douglas County, about to move into far southern Davison County here, south of Mount Vernon, south of Betts, west of Ethan. That is where we are seeing the winds surge out, and there is a possibility that a tornado could spin up in that particular thunderstorm. In fact, the National Weather Service says a tornado is possible in their warning text, as well as golf ball size hail and the 80-mile-per-hour winds. So once again here tonight, we have it all, and it is all moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So the storms are moving northeast at 60. They have 60, 70, 80, maybe even 90-mile-per-hour winds. And again, the possibility of some golf ball size hail. If you've never been in wind-driven golf ball size hail, that is not something that you want to experience. It's very scary, and things are, just going to get worse, I think, from here on out. So, all right. Penny says, busy day again. It sure is. Let's see. Golden Blue Dude is a college football fan and a weather enthusiast. Thanks for being in there again. Is there going to be a storm that hits Iowa and Illinois tomorrow? PLCC asking that. Yeah, I think there is going to be just a line of storms. It doesn't look very severe. I don't think that there's going to be any tornadoes tomorrow. I think it's going to be the leftovers of tonight, and at least I think it'll drop the temperatures, right, Dave? I think so. Okay, Dave Grant here. Geez, he says it's going to drop the temperatures because like 90 today and 70 tomorrow or something like that?
Low 80s.
Low 80s tomorrow. Okay, well, we take what we can get. So anything above 70 for me, I'm just done, and I'm in the basement with the AC on. Penny says, PDS day, hunker down. Great advice. The amount of energy these storms has to work with today is crazy. I haven't had a chance to look at any models, anything, but I have to assume that we've got 4,000, 5,000 capes out there. Let's see here. Is this a gust front or a derecho? Same thing. It will be classified as a derecho if, as our power flickers here in Wisconsin, which I don't understand that, but it'll be classified a derecho if it goes over 400 kilometers, which I believe from last night was 240 miles. So if there are warnings along this line of thunderstorms for over 400 kilometers, then the Weather Service may classify this as a derecho. So we'll have to see what happens. It doesn't really matter if it hits your house, what it's classified as, and you lose your roof. Golden Blue Dude says, I was in the derecho that hit West Virginia in 2010 or somewhere in there and knocked out everything. Yeah, this is going to take down power poles. This is going to take down TV towers, radio towers, cellular towers. And never had to deal with a derecho, but we'll see what happens tonight. Yep, Corey, we are definitely going to see what happens here tonight. All right, the area that I was expecting to see a severe thunderstorm warning has filled in now into portions of extreme southeastern South Dakota, northeast Nebraska, and western Iowa. And this is going to be for Vermilion, Akron, Sioux City, Ponca, those areas. And this is a multitude of counties because a whole bunch of counties come together right here in southeastern South Dakota, extreme southeastern South Dakota, and northeastern Iowa, northeast Nebraska, northwest Iowa. This is Woodbury, Sioux, Plymouth, Dakota, Dixon, Clay, Lincoln, Yankton, and Union counties. All right. So this is Woodbury County, Iowa, Sioux and Plymouth counties in Iowa. In Nebraska, it's Dakota, Dixon. And in South Dakota, it's Clay, Lincoln, Yankton, and Union. And this is this new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll flash it here so that you can see the latest one. And that severe thunderstorm warning includes 70-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail, and it is located along a line from basically Yankton to Stanton. And the storms are moving east at 60 to 70 miles per hour. These are fast-moving storms. And the winds are going to be out on the gust front here. See this little tiny blue line out here? That's where the winds are. The winds, I mean, it's going to be windy back here too in the heavy rain, but the winds are pushed out in front of this. There are going to be some crazy shelf cloud pictures out of these storms. Of course, if you have any pictures, share them with us on Twitter at SevereStudios. You can share them with me at Corey Hartman. That's KORYHARTMAN at Corey Hartman. And we will try to get those on the air. Let's see here. Reports coming in left and right. Springfield, South Dakota, Bonham County, multiple 2-foot diameter branches. So 24 inches in diameter, if that's not a mistake. Big branches and chunks of trees are on the ground in Springfield, South Dakota. Let's go take a look at that. And again, these are surging out. The wind is right here. Olivet to east of Yankton. It's already in Yankton. No time to mess around with these storms. So again, we're going to go back here to portions of Bonham County in Springfield. It's just northeast of Niobrara. And there's that report of 2-foot diameter tree branches. Multiple 2-foot diameter tree branches are down in Springfield. And the winds are already up here. Scotland, Tripp, Kaler, Lesterville, South Dakota. Menno, get in some shelter. These are the strong winds right here on the leading edge. Freeman, the 81 and 46 intersection here. Midway. Yeah, that's what that's called. Midway right there. So Midway area in northern Yankton County. The Yankton vicinity over toward Irene, Vollen, Mission Hill, Wakanda, Centerville, Viborg, Shelter Now, Freeman, Cheddar Colony, Milltown, Parkston, Dimmick, Ethan. All of these areas should be in shelter. The apex of the bow is right here, moving through Lesterville, heading up toward, again, Midway, a little county correction line here, and then up toward the Freeman area, right along US 81. US 81 is going to get absolutely hammered here tonight as things go for the next half hour, 45 minutes. 81 from Yankton to Salem is not the place to be. I-90 from Sioux Falls westward, not the place to be. 281 here from, let's say, Alpena, Wessington Springs southward, not the place to be right now. So let's see what else we've got going on here. A reminder, severe thunderstorm watch is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. The tornado watch is a standard tornado watch, but it says strong tornadoes are possible. I am just checking to see where everybody is at. We've got Jordan Hall here near, we'll call it Doland, South Dakota. And we'll update that. Doland. And we've still got John Humphress here in Woolsey, South Dakota, so he's good. Oh, actually, I had him as Miller, so we'll back that down to Woolsey, South Dakota. And Freddy McKinney was also in Woolsey, but he went north. So he's up by Tulare. So, again, nothing's happening in the tornado watch just yet, and we're waiting to see if we can get a fourth live stream here tonight. And whoever pops up, we will put them in that bottom box over there. Looks like Carl Brackey is trying to get his live stream going. My buddy Carl. Let's just see, shall we? Let's see if Carl's stream is up. I hope it is. We were testing out some streaming equipment for him earlier. Something's coming. Something's trying. Well, just have a black screen right now. It's streaming, but there is no video there. So, Carl, if you're in the chat or watching this YouTube or anything, I've got a stream from you, but there's just black video. I don't know what's going on, but we were trying to do that earlier this morning, and we just weren't able to really get that rocking. SevereStudios co-founder Kenny Allen in Madison, South Dakota. He's watching things. He's hitting the road here in just a little bit. All sorts of guys out. We got Brennan out here. We've got Lisa, Nick, Daniel Shaw's out here. John Humphreys, of course. Bill and Anna Stromberg are here from California. There's Carl. He's near Hitchcock. Matt Salo's here. Freddy McKinney. John McKinney. We've got Colorado Storm Chasers. We've got Manitoba Storm Chasers. We got every storm chaser. There's another Colorado Storm Chaser. The Storm Doctor, Jason Persoff, is in Spink County. There's Jordan Hall between Doland and Clark on 212. So lots and lots and lots of storm chasers out here. Not all of them stream, as I mentioned, but they sure do appreciate your support here this afternoon. So again, thanks to everyone who is joining in so far tonight. We're already a half hour into this thing, and it feels like an hour. But we do want to remind you to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell, and that way you'll be notified every time we go live, which we are going to do a lot this severe weather season. We already have gone live a lot this severe weather season, but this is one of the few times that you actually get Corey Hartman at HQ handling things and doing the severe weather coverage, because I like to storm chase too. So there's that. Again, we're going to take a little drink here. And then we have some new reports coming in. Lots of them. 71-mile-per-hour winds at the Yankton Municipal Airport. 70-mile-per-hour winds downtown Yankton, reported by Emergency Management. We have 60-mile-per-hour winds as Carl's stream comes on the air. That's a good thing. Let's get Carl up over here. And usually we turn on the severe weather beeps when there are tornado warnings, but tonight we're going to, whoops, not what I wanted. Wanted the beeps. Beeps and boops. So we're going to get the beeps and boops going here. There they are, the severe weather beeps, because this is a particularly dangerous situation with winds that would equal an EF0 or EF1 tornado inside of these severe thunderstorms. So very, very dangerous storms. So we're going to turn on the severe weather beeps tonight. So the sky in Woolsey, South Dakota is looking interesting. Very kind of congested cumulus clouds here. And some new warnings starting to come up that far north. So let's do a radar recap here as to what we've got going on. And let's start up here where all the chasers are. So we got this new warning, and they're putting things way, way, way out in advance. So what do we got? Severe thunderstorm warning, Hand, Falk, and Spink counties. This is Hand County over here. Eastern Hand County does not include Miller at this time. Eastern Hand County, Southeastern Falk County, and that's right here. And then Spink County, right here. And you know what? I have to do something live because I need to change these county colors, because I keep thinking that these gray lines are roads, and that is messing me up. So I'm going to take those county lines to black, and I think that's going to help me a lot here tonight. All right, county lines are black now. Let's go ahead and get Carl Brackey Doing everything myself here, people, so you got to bear with me. It's hard to type and think at the same time. All right, we've got all the chasers labeled with their approximate locations. If you want to see any of this, by the way, go to SevereStudios.com. We've got a map there. There's radar. We got the flashing cars. You can click and watch each of these chasers individually if you want to see them full screen or whatever. SevereStudios.com. We have had our own streaming platform for 15 years now, well before there was YouTube Live or any of those other things. All right, back to this warning here. Again, Hand, Falk, Spink. And the reason that Beetle isn't in here is because this is the Weather Service office out of Sioux Falls. So I'm sure they're getting ready to issue one here any second. Hand, Falk, Spink, 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping-pong ball-size hail, heading toward Tulare, Redfield, and a lot of storm chasers at 65 miles per hour. We're going to get a warning for Beetle County here, I think, any second now. All right, back here to this line of storms. 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-size hail. Destructive storms for Stickney, Armour, and surrounding areas. Stickney and Armour. Well, I'm telling you, Stickney and Armour, it's already well past you. Well past you. It's already over. We've already had damage down here and wind gusts of 62 miles per hour. There's Stickney, Corsica, but it's done. Plankington, White Lake, you're already on the backside. Look at how fast these things are moving as we get some great lightning on John Humphrey's stream. Woonsocket, Letcher, Artesian, Mitchell, you are next in line for these winds. Look at how fast they're moving. Every single radar scan, which we're getting about every minute right now, these storms move 5-10 miles. So get ready. I know there's not a warning up here, but I've never issued my own warning before, but I'm doing it. Beetle County, Sanborn County, Minor County, Western Kingsbury County. These storms are heading your direction now, and you need to seek shelter. They are hauling. So Virgil, Alpena, Artesian, Carthage, Iroquois, Huron, even as far east as Howard, seek shelter immediately. Trees are going to come down with these. If you got trees around you, trees are going to come down. Storm Prediction Center has just put out an update, a mesoscale discussion, and look at this. Intense squall line capable of hurricane force wind gusts will move across southeastern South Dakota over the next hour. Hurricane force wind gusts and greater will move across southeast South Dakota over the next hour. Okay, so this is, again, Mitchell, Salem, Sioux Falls, Vermilion, Beersford, Madison, if I didn't mention it. Okay, so hurricane force wind gusts. Take this absolutely serious. All right, reports. We got tons of them. 3-inch tree limbs are broken. Power poles are down in Vermilion already. Already in Vermilion. Man, this stuff is moving fast. Let's go down to Vermilion. Look at this. Here's the winds. I said it was out in front of the storm. The rain's back here, and why not? We already have damage in Vermilion, South Dakota. And these storms just continue to rip northeastward at 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's the movement, 60 to 70. There's really no time to prepare. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a gigantic severe thunderstorm warning come out here that covers this entire area from Huron to Sioux Falls to Canton. We do have a tornado warning. We'll get to that in a moment. It's further to the south. Updates here. 80 miles per hour wind gusts now in all of these storms. All of these storms from Vermilion to Springs. Vermilion to Springs, all of these storms have 80-mile-per-hour winds now. So get ready. They are heading your direction. Look at that pocket of winds. Look at these winds here in Hutchinson County, Turner County. Look at these. Look at these winds. Just crazy. These are going to act like a tornado when they blow over the top of your town. Lightning picking up on John Humphress's stream like crazy right now. We're going to take that full here for just a little while. Watch this from Woolsey. The lightning is picking up like crazy on this stream. All right, so again, the winds here. The winds are already by Ponca, Nebraska, heading up toward Westfield, Akron, Spink, South Dakota. Beersford, you're next. Centerville, you're next. Viborg, you're getting it now. Hurley, you're next. Parker, you're next. Dolton, Bridgewater, Emory, Alexandria. Okay? You're all next in line. Fulton, Artesian. Forestburg, right here. Woonsocket, Huron, Carthage. You're all next. John Humphress has moved south. He is just west of Huron, so he's looking at these storms right here. He's looking, I believe, kind of southwesterly, maybe. So he's looking at these storms coming. Let's look at the lightning. We haven't looked at the lightning yet. I can tell you right now, yes, look at the lightning. Tons of it in this storm. You can see it on John's stream in the bottom right corner. Bottom right corner, you can see this lightning on John's stream. Okay? That new warning is out. There it is. Gigantic warning. Again, parts of probably 10 counties or more. I'm just going to jump right to the headline. 80-mile-per-hour winds. The storms are moving 80 miles an hour. 80 and 80. Going to do some tweeting here real quick. I'll be right back. All right, 300 people in the chat room. We appreciate that. Please share this. Again, this is going through areas where SevereStudios was formed, was borned. Sioux Falls, Madison, Mitchell. A lot of our viewers and listeners and whatever are from these areas. Look at that lightning on John Humphress. Just crazy. Just doing some housekeeping here. We'll be right back. I have 9 monitors and 5 computers in the headquarters, and it's not enough today. Brandy from Huron. Hi, Brandy. How's it going? Used to work in Huron for about 5.5 years. And glad you're with us. All right, so just getting some Twitter and Facebook and things posted out so that people tune in and watch this. On Facebook, if you want to follow us on Facebook, just search for Severe Studios Storm Chasers. Severe Studios Storm Chasers, and you will find us. In the middle of John's stream, that kind of looks interesting right here. See that right there? That's probably a rain shaft or a hail shaft or something going on there, but it's looking interesting. So we're going to keep John up full size here for just a little bit. All right, so again, this new severe thunderstorm warning includes Howard, Canova, Salem, Canastota, Madison, Dells, Sioux Falls, Parker, Harrisburg, Canton. Okay, 80 miles per hour. That is what is heading your direction, and it is moving at 80 miles per hour. 80 mile per hour winds moving 80 miles per hour. And we've got lots of damage and reports coming in left and right. A 107 mile per hour wind gust just reported. It's by an automated station, so it might not be credible, but an automated reporting station in Tripp, South Dakota has just reported 107 miles per hour. That's right down here. Got to find Tripp. It's in Tripp County, right here. It's covered up by icons. That's why I couldn't find it. There's 60 there. There's 107 right there. 107 miles per hour in Tripp, South Dakota with this storm. Alexandria, shelter. Emory, shelter. Bridgewater, shelter. Dolton, shelter, please. Monroe, Parker, Hurley, Viborg, in shelter, please. All right, for all my friends in South Dakota, I just sent it out on my Facebook here because this is about to get very, very dangerous. Just checking emails and things, making sure all of the media that we work with is good to go. I want to bring back up that mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, because this just tells you exactly what we've got going on here. Okay? This is the danger zone. Treat this like a warning. Okay? All of southeastern South Dakota, extreme northwest Iowa, extreme southwest Minnesota. Okay? Southeast South Dakota, southwest Minnesota, northwest Iowa. This is the danger zone right now. Over the next hour, hurricane force wind gusts, and we had a report of over 100 mile per hour winds. Now from a good automated reporting station, Gayville in Yankton County, 89 miles per hour. Okay, and again, our storm chasers are up in the tornado watch, but we have very dangerous weather going on. Why can't I retweet this on this computer? No idea what's happening here. I want to get this over on a couple of different sources. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. Beetle, Gerald, Kingsbury, Minor, Sanborn counties in South Dakota, 70 miles per hour. That's the wind speed. 70 miles per hour. Let's bring some of these up here. Is this it? Yep, that's it. Okay, here's the new warning. We'll put them side by side so you can see them Get as many cities called out as possible here. This includes Huron now, includes Woolsey, where John Humphress is, Virgil, Alpena, Wessington Springs, Artesian Letcher, Carthage, Iroquois, Bancroft. This is for 70 miles per hour. Okay, we now have a tornado warning. Hanson, Lake McCook Minor. Now tornado warnings are coming out. Okay, now tornado warnings are coming out. Let's get our beeps on and let's get our quad split. There we go. All right, we've got a new tornado warning coming out in this area here in just a minute. There it is, right there. Yep, something's trying to spin up. Something's trying to spin up here. So we get this is even more dangerous now. Spencer, Salem, Unityville. Spencer, South Dakota started SevereStudios in 1998. That F4 tornado that went through Spencer is the reason we are doing this today, and you are under a tornado warning again right now. Salem, South Dakota. This is Hanson County, McCook County. Hanson County, eastern side, McCook County, northwest side, and then getting up to Minor and Lake counties. Tornado warning. I can't possibly respond to everybody that is texting me right now. But I'm doing my best. We do have our live streams on the Weather Channel tonight on cable and streaming. Thanks to everybody that's sending me texts and pictures and messages and phone calls and texts and everything that is going on right now. All right. So again, tornado warning here. Tornado warning near Emory and Bridgewater. Get into shelter. Emory, Bridgewater. Let's read the text. Lake Minor, McCook, Hanson. Tornado warning. Located near Emory, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. All right, you've got no time, none, minutes. Spencer, Salem, Unityville, Canova. Spencer, Salem, Unityville, and Canova, South Dakota, in shelter now. Again, that's surrounded by this severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Destructive winds, 80 miles per hour. And the storms are moving 80 miles per hour. Okay, that includes Sioux Falls, includes the biggest city in South Dakota. All right, let's take a look here. Hello from St. Paul, Minnesota. Hope things are good there in St. Paul. You had your share of storms last night. Lisa says a rain-wrapped nadir. It's quite possible. Watertown. Somebody says, welcome to Watertown, Jordan Hall. Looks like maybe a funnel where John was. It's quite possible. Someone says, Minneapolis. You're still probably doing some cleanup. I'm scared in Watertown for what's headed for us. Well, keep it here and we'll get you through it. Also listen to Watertown Radio, the KDLO group. We'll have live coverage there. My buddy Brent Nathaniel will be on the KDLO group in Watertown. Those are the stations that you want to tune to. Those are SevereStudios stations. You'll hear us doing coverage with them a little bit later on. Watching from Sioux Falls. Hi, CJ. Hello from Sioux Falls. Hello. West St. Paul. Hi, Robbie. Do you think this will make it to Grand Rapids, Minnesota? No, that's quite a ways away yet. Is this storm moving toward Minneapolis? No, not at this time. Okay, thanks for watching along in the chat room from areas around. We appreciate you. Once again, tornado warning, Hanson, Lake, McCook, and Minor counties in South Dakota. That's the most important thing right now, is this tornado warning right here, center of your screen. Getting some chasers down there now. Kenny Allen's in Howard. Let's see if we can get Kenny on the phone, shall we? Let's get Kenny on the horn. Why on earth? There we go. Look at...
Yo.
Hey, you're live on YouTube with me.
Okay, sounds good.
What do you got there? You're in Howard?
We're punching south of Howard right now, and it looks like radar is really picking up a lot of rotation between Spencer and Canova right now. So we are en route to look at Canova. I'm looking south into the storm right now, and it's a high precip. It's probably going to be a rain wrap tornado if it is in there. Looking into the bear's cage here, we got a lot of lightning. The closer that we get, we're starting to see a little bit more lower cloud base. Where we're at, just south of Howard right now, everything's pretty high base, but it's gray down there. So hail, rain, definitely some rotation in those clouds down there. That's radar indicated tornado at this point. No confirmation, but we're going to be in visual range probably in 5 to 10 minutes here at the rate that we're going. So,
are you going to be able to stream, or do you not have your streaming equipment tonight?
Listen,
yeah, I know you blasted out.
GoPro here.
Okay.
And I've been on the tech support with Verizon for the last 2 hours trying to get my air card, my SIM card, and my iPad activated on my iPad.
Okay.
So that I can stream from my GoPro. So
dang it, Verizon! I'm
gonna end up having to stream from my phone.
Okay.
But I will send pictures and videos and tweet as I can so that you can pull it up on the live stream there on YouTube for everybody.
Yeah, if you can send that through Facebook chat, that'll be the best.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
You want it through to your personal Facebook chat?
Mm-hmm. My personal Facebook. Yep, that'd be great. All right, talk to you later.
All right, call me back if you want any more reports once we get there.
Oh, yeah, will do.
Okay, see you.
All right, Kenny Allen, SevereStudios co-founder, right there, giving us a live update. He is right there. That's Kenny right there. He is blasting south on 81, Storm Chaser Expressway here towards Salem, Spencer, Unityville. We've got Woolsey, South Dakota over here. At least I think that is where John is. Nope, John's in Huron now. John is in Huron now. And look at the dust, or I don't even know what's going on here. This is crazy what's going on right here in Huron. So you got Huron here, and you got Huron here. Okay, that's John's roof cam. He's got a windshield wiper on there. It is just black in Huron, South Dakota. And this warning that is in effect in Huron is for 70-mile-per-hour winds and $half size hail in Huron, South Dakota. All of this heading toward Broadland, Yale, Cavor, Iroquois, Bancroft, South Dakota. New severe thunderstorm warning up here. Not going to be able to hit all of these, so pay attention to what's going on in your local area near Orient, Falkton, Crestbard, Miranda, all of those areas under a severe thunderstorm warning. That warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, again, Kenny Allen heading for this here in Salem, this tornado warning. This tornado warning goes until 5:30 p.m., and these storms are moving 60 to 70 miles per hour. They are ripping. Canova, Unityville, you're out of time. Howard, Winfred, Junius, Madison. All of these areas. Started my radio career in Madison, South Dakota, right after college, and did a lot of these warnings, a lot of coverage out of this area. We have a tornado warning for Beetle County coming out. Tornado warning coming out for Beetle County. That's Huron. We'll see if it includes Huron, but Beetle County now under a tornado warning. It just comes up to the edge of Huron. Woolsey and Broadland are in the path of this new tornado warning. All right, that's what you're looking at on your screen with John Humphress. He's in Huron right now. Here's the warning. It's in this little notch, probably why John was getting out of the way. I'm going to switch to the Aberdeen radar, so pardon me while I switch radars here. Huron, best seen from the Aberdeen radar. And right there, some rotation. So rotation right here, just west of Huron. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Some radar scans coming in. Pockets of 100-mile-per-hour winds are likely. Well, now I messed that up, so we got to fix that. John says he was in a tornado, or is in a tornado, or is getting tornado-like winds. In Huron right now. Huron, yeah, there's some rotation right over Huron. Huron, shelter, please. Beetle County, here from Woolsey to Huron. Shelter, shelter, shelter. Up toward Broadland, anyone north of 14, okay? Along and north of 14, Woolsey to Cavor and north. Get into shelter immediately. Here's the rotation down here near Unityville and north of Spencer. There's the updated warning right there. What's the Weather Service say? They're saying near Canova. Moving northeast at 80 miles per hour, heading toward Lake Herman State Park. Howard, Winfred, Madison, Lake Herman. Okay. No confirmation yet, although John Humphress says that he was in one, or at least in some winds that were tornado-like here in Huron. And there is some rotation showing up on the radar right here. Okay, so Huron, stay in shelter. Anyone along and north of 14 here in Beetle County, stay in shelter. All right, an update on this severe thunderstorm warning that includes this entire area here. Switch back to the Sioux Falls radar. Then we'll do reports. 84 mile per hour winds, 71, 80. Oh, there's some damage there. Farm equipment blown across the road, damage to farms and outbuildings near Dolton, south of Canastota, South Dakota. Dolton, 80 miles per hour. A report from emergency management of farm equipment blown across the road. No word on what that is. Probably center pivots and things like that. And damage to farms and outbuildings. John Humphreys's stream is struggling as he says that he was in a tornado just a moment ago. Let's go back to our quad split here so we can see everybody. Let's get this new severe thunderstorm warning over into portions of Iowa. Okay, new warning here. And then we've got just warnings coming in left and right, okay? So in Iowa, Cherokee, Lyon, Woodbury, Osceola, Sioux, Plymouth, and O'Brien. Those are the Iowa counties. Cherokee, Lyon, Woodbury, Sioux, Plymouth, O'Brien, Iowa. In Minnesota, Rock and Nobles. In South Dakota, Clay, Lincoln, and Union. These are 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Destructive storms, Lamar's, Rock Rapids, Sioux Center, Sibley, and surrounding areas. 80 mile per hour winds here. 80 mile per hour winds here. Possible tornado right here. 80 mile per hour winds here. Carthage, you're coming up. Iroquois, Cavor coming up. Possible tornado here. And again, John Humphress said he drove through something. It was either a tornado or tornado-like winds, and we watched it live near Huron. Tornado warning remains in effect here between Broadland and Huron. And for people that live north on 37 out of Huron, north of the airport. Okay. All right. Watertown, this is your early heads up. We had people in the chat from Watertown. And Watertown, this is your early heads up. Let's see here. Woolsey's where the action is. There's definitely action there. Brian says, howdy. Hi, Brian. Let's see here. John was just interviewed on the Weather Channel. Yep, we are on Weather Channel on cable. Great partner of ours. Little leak in my ceiling. Robbie, I can't remember where you're at, but a little water leak in his ceiling. Oh, I remember he was in the Twin Cities. Was there a power flash? There certainly could have been. Looks crazy. Yes, it does. Go to basement. Yep. Go to your basement with these. Definitely. Where's it going to hit in Minnesota? Nowhere yet. Southwestern Minnesota. Next is, let's say, Laverne, Worthington, Pipestone. Okay. Laverne, Worthington, Pipestone. Southwest Minnesota. Not the metro. At least not as of yet. Okay. Caught up with the chat room here. Let's catch up with where everybody's at. Jordan Hall and Scott Peake went basically to Clear Lake. Okay, so we've got coverage now from Watertown to Clear Lake. Clear Lake. Freddy McKinney is still near, we'll basically call it Redfield here. John Humphress, just east of Huron. Carl Brackey, last I knew, he was near Hitchcock. It's got to be on here somewhere. Not sure. Can't find him. Stream's not working anyway. John Humphress coming up to the edge of the storm here. You can see that on your screen. Carl, your stream is streaming, but it's just black video, buddy. YouTube Live was way behind. Okay. Not sure why that is. That's from John Humphress. He says his stream was way behind. I don't know. I guess I'll stop it and restart it. Should be caught up now. All right. How about some reports here? 84 miles per hour reported by a roadway instrument in Freeman, South Dakota. 82 miles per hour near Beersford, South Dakota. 60 mile per hour gust in Mitchell. Again, damage to farms and outbuildings. Farms and outbuildings in Dolton. That's McCook County. 63 gust at the airport in Sioux Falls. 71 mile per hour gust in Sioux Falls happening right now. So right now in Sioux Falls, 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts are happening at the Sioux Falls airport as we speak. Okay, so there's the gust front right there. This thin green line is where the winds are, and that is 70 miles per hour. So Garrettson coming up. Brandon knocking on your door. Brandon getting shelter. Garrettson, Baltic, Del Rapids, Trent, Egan, Coleman, Chester, Wentworth. Shelter now. Let's give some all clears, shall we? Where can we give an all clear to? Burke, South Dakota, all clear. Lake Andes, South Dakota, all clear. Center, Nebraska, Neely, Nebraska, Pierce, Nebraska, Madison, Nebraska, Columbus. Well, you've got some more stuff coming to Columbus. Can't give an all clear for Columbus, at least for now, but there's more coming. Okay, those are the all clears that I can give right now. Tyndall and Yankton, you're all clear as well. All right, so let's work these from north to south again. I'm going to start in the very southwest. By the time I get done with this, there'll probably be more, but let's start on the very top of the line here. I'm going to take a drink before we do it. And if anything crazy else happens, reports or anything, I'll jump to that. But for now, this is what we've got going on. All right, let's start with this warning here. This is Edmonds, Hand, and Falk counties. Severe thunderstorm near Falkton, moving north at 60 with 2-inch hail and 70 miles per hour winds, okay? 2-inch hail in this storm near Falkton and Miranda. Heading toward Crestbard, Chelsea, Ipswich. Crestbard, Chelsea, Ipswich. Okay? Moving northeast at whatever I said, 60 miles per hour. So it's moving at 60. It has 70 winds and 2-inch hail. Sliding eastward. This warning here is for Hand, Falk, and Spink. Severe thunderstorm located basically near Tulare and Hitchcock. Tulare and Hitchcock moving toward Redfield and Frankfort at 65 miles per hour. 1-inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds. Quarter size and 70 here. Redfield, Frankfort, Ashton, Athol. Who are you calling an Athol? Northeastern or northern portions of Beadle County still under a tornado warning. That goes until 5:45. Tornado possible. 1-inch hail possible. That's Broadland. Anybody up here in the northern portions of Beadle County, north of the Huron Airport up to the county line on 37. Okay, John Humphress is right here near Iroquois. You can see the lightning and the wind and the craziness happening on John's live stream here. He is in it. Let's go to him for just a little bit here. All right, so he is between Cavour and Iroquois and just getting buried by this storm. Who's next? Bancroft, Willow Lake, Carpenter, Bryant. Again, Castlewood, Watertown, not too long from now. Get prepared. Bancroft, DeSmet. The rest of Kingsbury County is going to get a warning here in just a little bit. Lake Preston, Oldham, Arlington, Ramona. Kenny Allen, it overtook him as well. Let's see. Kenny is sending a picture here. He's got some crazy looking stuff there in Howard. I got no way to get it onto the air because he texted it to me. Let me send it to somebody and then I can probably get it on the air. Send it to my wife. Take a look at what it looks like in Howard, South Dakota right now. Can I do this? Let's hope so. Nope, it does not want to do that for whatever reason. Okay, hang with me here. Hang with me. Just got to switch to a different... Switch to that. There we go, finally. Okay, here's what the storm looks like coming through Howard, South Dakota about 10 minutes ago from Kenny Allen. Look at that picture. You got the clouds, mid-level, anvil. You got wind, dust, rain, all hitting his direction about 10 minutes ago. It's now over the top of Howard. He's right here in Howard on the east side. There's a road right here. And he went down 81 over and up Storm Chaser Expressway to Howard. And this is what he was looking at when he got to Howard. Look at all that back there. It's like a wall of death. Not literally, but that's what we're seeing here tonight. Okay. Back to John's stream. He's got crazy winds east of Huron. Crazy winds east of Huron here. He's in Iroquois. And still driving east. So I'm just going to put him at De Smet. Because I can never spell Iroquois. Okay, John Humphress is west of De Smet, and it's heading your direction. All right, I have to fix what I did to get that picture on the air here. Wow. Okay, I got to show you this picture from KSFY television. Man alive, look what's coming through Sioux Falls right now. Look what's coming through Sioux Falls, South Dakota right now. Man, oh man. This was at 4:56 p.m., so this was 18 minutes ago. So this is what the storm looked like from southwest side of Sioux Falls at the Avera, I think it's at the Heart Hospital there. This is what it looked like coming into Sioux Falls a little bit ago from KSFY television. And here's what it looks like now coming up toward De Smet. That's what you're going to see. You're going to see this big wall of dust, almost a haboob. So we've got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in Sioux Falls. Power poles are broken in Elk Point. Trees and shingles are damaged in Sioux Falls. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out, and they're calling for 90 mile per hour winds. All right, we've got our first 90 of the night, and I believe that's going to be this right here. Yep. All right. So I'm going to flash, if I can, the latest warning. This one. Okay, that warning right there, including Brookings and Pipestone. We're going to have to call our Marshall stations. We're going to have to call our Marshall, Minnesota stations here momentarily and do some coverage. John Humphress is telling me how to pronounce his name and tell them how to pronounce his name. And everybody says Humphreys, but it's Humphress. No time for that right now. All right. So this warning here, this new warning that just came out in Iowa, Lyon County, in Minnesota, Lyon County, Lincoln County, Nobles County, Rock, Murray, Pipestone. In South Dakota, Minor, Brookings, Moody, Kingsbury, Lake, and Minnehaha, eastern Minnehaha. This is destructive 90 mile per hour winds. 90, ladies and gentlemen. So, going to call out some towns, going to call out lots of towns. 90 mile per hour winds, get into shelter. Arlington, Sinai, Oldham, Nunda, Brookings, Volga, Aurora, Bruce, Bushnell, White, Coleman, Egan, Flandreau, Elkton, Trent, Dell Rapids, Sherman, Garretson, Beaver Creek Hills, Laverne, Hardwick, Jasper, Pipestone, Edgerton, Lake Wilson, Chandler, Ruthton, Holland, Verdi, Lake Benton, Tyler, Arco, Ivanhoe, Hendricks. All right, if I just called out your town, 90 mile per hour winds with this line of storms, and damage confirmed 100-mile-per-hour gusts reported. And the apex of this storm is moving through Madison, South Dakota right now. All right. 500 people watching. Appreciate that. Sioux Falls, you got strong winds. You should stay in shelter for a bit. Have there been any tornadoes? Yes, we think one went through Huron. Doesn't matter if it's a tornado or 100-mile-per-hour winds. What's the difference? These are dangerous storms. Huron lost power. 2 cars crashed outside. What? Wow. Power flickering at Dakota Sioux Casino. Dust storm rolling through Sioux Falls. Yes. Yep, we showed that. Somebody says, why chase Arizona haboobs when you can chase them in South Dakota? Strong rotation near Orient, South Dakota. Okay, this is from the Sioux Falls National Weather Service. Wow. This is the meteorologist in charge at the Sioux Falls. I don't know if he's MIC, but he's lead meteorologist. Check this out. Look at this from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Look at that. Dust so thick you can taste it, and there's dust in every crack and crevice in the house. Look at that shelf cloud. Look at these stacked pancakes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are amazing, amazing pictures. And these are from Matthew Ducks, lead meteorologist at the Sioux Falls National Weather Service office. Look at that. Just insane. All right. Again, these are our home areas, people. SevereStudios started in southeastern South Dakota, so this is just as scary for us as it is for you. Jordan sending a shelf cloud from White, South Dakota. Jordan's just north of Brookings near White, South Dakota. Okay, 90 miles per hour. 90 miles per hour. My goodness. There's nothing else to say, folks, except if you're in the path, get in shelter. Stay inside. Trees coming down. Things getting ripped off of roofs. Power lines down. Basically, a dust storm moved through Sioux Falls. Okay. New warnings coming out into portions of Minnesota and Iowa. We'll get to that in a minute. I have got to get ready to call our stations in Marshall, Minnesota. Ashley Allen says, trees down everywhere, power's out. Semi-flipped. I need locations, buddy. I'm going to assume near Howard, South Dakota. Trees down. It's a mess. And a semi flipped. Let's see where his location is here. Near Winfred. Winfred and Junius and Howard, South Dakota. On Highway 34. Again, we've got a live stream from just north of Brookings, near White, South Dakota. That's where this storm is heading. Brookings, Brookings, Brookings. Shelter now. Why are things not working here? Back to the tornado threat just for a minute here. Just for a real quick second, because we don't want to forget about the rest of northeastern South Dakota. Here's where the Storm Prediction Center expects the tornado threat to develop quickly. Tornado threat expected to develop quickly across tornado watch over the next hour. So starting to see a tornado threat come out of this. Madison Airport just gusted to 97 miles per hour. Madison, South Dakota Airport just gusted to 89 miles per hour. I'm sorry, 97. 97 mile per hour gust in Madison, South Dakota. '89 at Crooks. That's just outside of Sioux Falls. What's Landon saying? My buddy Landon in Sioux Falls tried to send me a picture. It didn't come through, bud. I don't know what the deal is. I can't see it on Twitter for some reason. Okay, let's check in on YouTube here real quick. How is Hartford, South Dakota? It's past Hartford already. Hartford has damage of some sort. 3-inch tree limbs down and power poles are busted in Hartford. And just northeast of Hartford, we had that, 89 miles per hour. 89 miles per hour in Crooks, which is just east of Hartford. Sioux City, it should be windy there now. When's it going to hit Groton? Soon. Looks like John is in some hail. Probably is. Tornado sirens going off in Redfield. That's because 90 mile per hour winds are coming. Sirens just started in Huron. That's a little late. What's the tornado warning area in South Dakota? There are no tornado warnings currently in South Dakota. Okay. Thank you for being in the chat room. You can see Jordan and Scott on their camera here watching the shelf come in to white. Check this out. Let's go full screen on Jordan and remind you to click the subscribe button and the notification bell, if you would, please, for the next time we have this. But here we are in White, South Dakota. Got Jordan Hall, Scott Peake, Colt Forney on your screen there watching this come in. And you can see the shelf cloud in the background. Absolutely ridiculous. All right. We're going to have to go live in Watertown, and then we're going to have to go live in Marshall. So let's get that done here. Calling the Watertown KDLO radio group. Hey, it's Corey Hartman with SevereStudios weather.
Hey, Corey, it's Brent. Let me get you on.
All right. Tornado warning, Clark and Spink. Tornado warning, Clark and Spink County, South Dakota. Brand new. This is Redfield, Tulare, Frankfort, Dolan, Turton. Tornado warning now in effect, Spink County.
Here on Watertown Radio, we've been kind of listening in on Corey Hartman's severe weather coverage on YouTube. He joins us on the phone line. Corey, give us the latest on the tornado warning out there.
All right, brand new tornado warning, Brent. This is for Clark and Spink counties until 6 p.m. tonight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage over 80 miles per hour, located from Tulare to Spink Colony to Hillside Colony, moving north at about 40 miles per hour. This is, I'm just going to call out a bunch of cities here: Tulare, Redfield, Ashton, Frankfort, Doland, Raymond. If you're in those cities, you need to be in shelter immediately. These storms are moving very quickly, and it's got extensive straight-line winds and potential tornadoes inside there. Again, Redfield, Tulare, Frankfort, Doland, and Raymond. In addition to that, surrounding that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Hamlin, Clark, Spink, and Coddington counties. Does not include Watertown yet, but it's on the way. These are destructive storms with the potential of 80-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-size hail. So that hail is going to be at about 1.5 inches, and it's going to be driven by 80-mile-per-hour winds. And again, just going to call out towns. If you are in these towns, you should definitely be inside, away from windows. That includes Willow Lake, Clark, Naples, Vienna, Bryant, Lake Norden, Hayti, Castlewood, Hazel, Henry, Garden City, and Bradley. If I just called out your city, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. And again, the warning comes just up about 5 miles west of Watertown. So we're not going to get away with not seeing something here in Watertown. We've got storm chasers out there north of Brookings near White, South Dakota, between Brookings and Esteline, and they've got a gigantic shelf cloud that is indicative of those 80-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. Down in that area, by the way, the Weather Service is saying 90-mile-per-hour winds, and that's for Kingsbury and Brookings County. Brent?
All right, thank you very much, Corey, and call us again when you have more.
Will do.
Corey Hartman from SevereStudios. We've been kind of listening in on his live stream.
All right, so in Watertown, they had brought in the YouTube live stream and put it on their radio station. So thank you, everyone that is listening on Watertown Radio Group here this afternoon. Let's see. Let's talk about this new tornado warning one more time, just because I want to give as much notice as possible. And again, this tornado warning is for Clark and Spink counties. These storms are again ripping northeastward here at 40, probably 50 miles per hour. Redfield, you're in it now. Ashton, Frankfort, Doland, and we are looking for rotation. There's 2 areas of rotation here. You see this one near Tulare? There's rotation just east of 281 at Tulare, moving northeast. Redfield and Frankfort, you need to be in shelter. There's another area of rotation right here, northwest of Carpenter, right along the county line here between Clark and Spink. So this is rotation right here along the county line of Clark and Spink. So Doland, Raymond, seek shelter. Doland and Raymond, you need to be in shelter now. Some embedded tornadoes inside this gigantic line of storms. Again, surrounding that, severe thunderstorm warning, Hamlin, Clark, Spink, Coddington counties until 6. And these have 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds in them. Garden City, Clark, Henry, Hazel, Bryant, Lake Norden, Hayti, Castlewood, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Further to the south, 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be for Lyon County, Iowa, Lyon County, Minnesota. Also in Minnesota, Lincoln, Nobles, Rock, Murray, Pipestone. In Madison, South Dakota, we had a 97 mile per hour report of winds at the Madison airport. 97 miles per hour. It is heading your direction now in Bruce, in White. And again, our live stream from Jordan Hall, this is White, South Dakota. Look at this. Look at these winds and dust and dirt and debris. It's going to look like the middle of night here in a minute. Look at this from Jordan Hall in White, South Dakota. These are 90 mile per hour winds, 70 to 90, moving over the top of their location right now. The stream's kind of locking up a little bit, but you can see what is happening. I'm going to go back to the quad split here because John Humphress is near DeSmet, and he's got some interesting looking lightning and storms and things going on there as well. We have a new tornado warning, which we will get to here in about 2 seconds. So we've got blowing dust in DeSmet. I'm checking for rotation. Some slight rotation near DeSmet. If you're in DeSmet, Lake Preston, Irwin, Badger, Hetland, Arlington, definitely need to be in shelter now. And look at White, South Dakota. It's now nighttime in White, South Dakota at 5:35 in the afternoon. It has become night in White. They are right here in White, South Dakota, and it is now black in White, South Dakota. North of Brookings. Bruce, you're in it now. Elkton, Verdi. Hendricks, Toronto, Esteline, Hayti, Brant, Castlewood, Clear Lake, Gary. It's all coming your direction here in just a little bit. We're going to get another warning here any minute. It's going to include Watertown. It's going to include Clear Lake. Vilas, South Dakota. Vilas, South Dakota, overturned tractor trailer on Highway 25. Aberdeen Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Coddington, Dual, Grant, and Hamlin. Coddington, Dual, Grant, and Hamlin with destructive 80 mile per hour winds until 6:30 p.m. Still does not include Watertown. This just popped up right here. As of right now, it doesn't include Watertown, but I already called out these cities. You should already be in shelter. Lake Norden, Esteline, Toronto, Brant, Castlewood, Clear Lake, Altamont, Gary, Revillo, Kransburg, U2, Watertown, U2. Forget that there's not a little box around you. It's coming. Lake Norden, Hayti, Hazel, Bryant and Brant. Vienna, Naples. Again, we want to talk about this new tornado warning here. And if you're listening in on our YouTube in Watertown, just let me know, Brent. Let me know if you still are taking the live stream here on YouTube. And I'll just keep rocking and rolling for you on YouTube, okay? Just text me. So again, new tornado warning here. This is for Clark and Coddington counties until 6 p.m. Clark and Coddington. Possible tornado near Willow Lake. There it is, right there. 3 miles northwest of Willow Lake. If you are in Clark or Henry or Garden City, Clark, Henry, Garden City, seek shelter. Brent says we're live in the Watertown radio group. We appreciate that. Thanks for everyone who's listening. We're just going to keep going. If you want to watch the video, you can go and search for SevereStudios on YouTube and you will find us. And we've got live video, live streamers, storm chasers are out and about. All right, so the new tornado warning, Clark and Coddington. I can see the rotation on radar near Willow Lake moving north. So Clark, Garden City, Henry, you need to be in shelter. Still have the tornado warning off to the west here for Doland, Raymond, Frankfort, Redfield. And I need to switch back to the Aberdeen radar for the latest. Okay, still showing two areas of rotation. There's more tornadoes out here. Just south of Raymond. If you're in Raymond, South Dakota, seek shelter. Redfield, too close to call. You need to be in shelter. Frankfort, shelter. Tornado warning continues there. Clark and Spink till 6. Redfield, Frankfort, Doland, Raymond, Turton. Ashton as well. Just get into shelter. Wait 30 minutes. It'll be over. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edmonds, Brown, Falk, McPherson, and Spink until 6:30. 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping-pong ball-size hail. 70 and ping-pong, and that's heading up toward Aberdeen. Storms right now are near Millette to Ipswich. Millette to Ipswich, moving northeast, hauling northeast at 55 miles an hour. Mansfield, Warner, Stratford, Bath, Aberdeen, Mina, Watonka, Westport, Columbia. Eventually to Groton, eventually to Verdon, eventually to Webster, eventually to Florence and Watertown. Not very long from now. We're going to get a new warning in Coddington County here any second. There's a secondary area of strong winds moving towards Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 65-mile-per-hour winds. A second line. They've already had damage in Sioux Falls, with reports of 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds moving through Sioux Falls, Hartford, Crooks, Colton, Baltic, Garrettson, all of those areas. We've had damage. Madison, South Dakota, 97 miles per hour at the Madison Airport. Huron, South Dakota, 90 miles per hour at the Huron Airport. Hail has not been a big deal here for quite some time. Hail has not been the threat. It is the winds. Just teeing up what I'm going to have to do for Marshall Radio Group here in just a little bit. I'm going to call our friends over in Marshall, see if they can dip into the severe weather coverage as well. New warning for Madison, Montevideo, Granite Falls. New tornado warning for Clark. There's still no warning for Watertown, but it's imminent. Flandreau, South Dakota reports 90 miles per hour. Wall Lake, South Dakota, just west of Sioux Falls, reports 72 miles per hour. Okay, not getting any answer in Marshall, so they're probably handling it themselves. We'll try them again back in just a little bit. So let's go to the new tornado warning. New tornado warning near Clark, South Dakota. Let's look at the velocities here. Yep, possible rotation right near Clark. Maybe 2 miles west of Clark. Severe thunderstorm capable of tornadoes and extensive wind damage over Clark, moving north at 50 miles per hour. Garden City, Crocker, Bradley, Wallace. You should already be in shelter in Clark, but Garden City, Crocker, Bradley, and Wallace. New tornado warning. Get into shelter now. You're still under a tornado warning. Frankfort, Doland, Raymond, Turton. Severe thunderstorm warning. Henry, Vienna, Hazel, Hayti, Castlewood, Esteline, Toronto, Brant, Clear Lake, Altamont, Gary, Revillo. That is for 80-mile-per-hour winds. We saw it go from day to night in White, South Dakota, with the dirt, the dust, the debris, and the rain. As we were watching on Jordan Hall's live stream, which is now frozen. Power is out in De Smet. South Dakota, power is out in De Smet and those areas. There's going to be massive power outages, and here is a live stream from John Humphress in De Smet with multiple power poles laying down. 1, 2, 3, 4 power poles laying down from the straight line winds that went through Lake Preston. So John Humphress has now made it to Lake Preston. We're going to update his location. Lake Preston, South Dakota. Jordan Hall was in white. Power is out. I would not be surprised if cell towers are down. And haven't seen where Freddy McKinney is in quite some time. Oh, there he is. Freddy is in Millette, South Dakota. So let me get that updated and we'll go right back to coverage here. So Freddy is in Millette. His stream is struggling just ever so slightly, but we're getting what we can here, folks. I mean, power's going out, towers are going down. We are doing the best we can. So again, if you are listening in Watertown, the storms are knocking on your door. We will have a warning in Watertown in minutes. Volga, South Dakota, 74 miles per hour. Little Rock, Iowa, 80 miles per hour, zero visibility, full-on dust storm. 80-mile-per-hour winds have been confirmed with these storms. 90 not out of the question. A tornado is possible anywhere along these lines of storms. All right, John Humphress sending pictures. Kenny Allen's calling us. Go.
We've got so much damage up here. It's unreal.
All right.
We got trees down everywhere. We got power lines hanging across roads.
Where are you? Because we're live on YouTube. We're also live on the Watertown radio group. So tell everybody where you are and what you're seeing.
Okay, so we're live. Let's go and we'll do it live. So I'm in Ramona, South Dakota. It's Kenny Allen with SevereStudios. Just south of Ramona, across Lake County 42, we have numerous poles snapped, and some of them didn't fall away to the ground, so there's wires hanging across the highway. And if anybody drives through there unknowingly, because it's raining so hard, somebody's going to drive right through some power lines. It's a very dangerous situation in Ramona, South Dakota. We're driving through. Look at those trees over there, man. There's so many trees down. We have roofs off. We have shingles off. We just came from, you can't go down that road. It's blocked. We started the evening in Canova, and I've been trying to get our video and photos up, but the internet is down. The cellular towers are overloaded, so we're having a really hard time getting photos and video out. We were hit by circulating rotation and a gust front, and we had 80, 90-mile-per-hour winds that hit us near Canova when the tornado warning started. We followed that north to Howard and then to Junius. And in that process of that, we watched many trees get snapped. There's a semi overturned on Highway 34 just east of Howard, a few miles. And then we decided to go north to continue to try and follow storm. It's moving so fast, we could not keep up with it. So we're now in Ramona. And like I said, in Ramona, we have trees down everywhere. We have roof damage. We have power lines down. The majority of Lake County is without power. And there's also interruptions to internet. I've been getting information that Vast and Midco broadband are both down because of the power outages and then damages to poles and infrastructure. So trees down currently in Ramona. We're taking videos and photos, but I wish I could share it with everybody to see what's going on. Anyone that's in front of the storm, 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. It's no joke. You want to take shelter because it's just like a tornado when these straight line winds hit. It's causing major damage.
All right, we're watching John Humphreys' stream. He's in Lake Preston. He's got 4 or 5 power poles that are snapped right off at the base. So there's going to be massive, massive power outages like we haven't seen since, what was that, 2005 or 2006, the ice storm in eastern South Dakota. That's the type of damage I think we're going to see when this is all said and done. So it's going to take days to recover some of this power as this moves through. And we'll have to, of course...
Corey, I'm telling you, I haven't seen train damage like this in a very long time. You could tell that this was a very strong gust front on this Derecho line of storms here. It is, there are so many trees down. It's going to take weeks to clean this up. There are poles down. Every corner we turn on, there's another power pole down along with trees. The shelter belts, everyone that's familiar with South Dakota knows that every farmstead, wow, look at that. Those are some big trees. We're seeing trees that are 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet in diameter that are completely snapped off. Like a tornado went over them, but they were straight line winds that just clean snapped off. Now, we did have pockets of circulation and rotation. Radar indicated rotation, so could have a couple little vortices spun up and hit some of these shelter belts, or it's possible. But from what we're seeing, most of this is straight line wind damage. All of the poles, all the trees are leaning towards the northeast, which was the direction of the wind when it went through. It looks like that wind was just snapping trees right in half all along this line.
All right, there's SevereStudios co-founder Kenny Allen. He is in Oldham and Ramona, South Dakota, and reporting gigantic trees down. Thank you, Kenny. Lots of power outages. We are seeing that all over the board here tonight as we lose power, as we lose connectivity, we lose internet. We're just getting the whole gamut here tonight. I do want to go back to the 3 tornado warnings that we have, though, because we've gotten some updates here from the National Weather Service. This is, again, tornado warnings that are in effect for about another 10 minutes for Clark and Spink counties. A squall line with tornadoes and straight line winds over 80 miles per hour near Frankfort to Raymond. Frankfort to Raymond. That means Doland is in there and Turton is in there. Also, the Crocker area. Eventually, we're getting up here toward Condé. Eventually, we're getting up toward Verdon and Lilly and Butler and Webster. This is your early warning in Webster. Early warning for Webster. Let's get into shelter. In fact, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Webster now, Watertown. This is a life-threatening situation with tornadoes also possible. All right, so this is a new severe thunderstorm warning, stretches from Groton to Castlewood. Groton to Castlewood and northeast from there. This is where we need to be in shelter. And so as soon as I'm done with these tornado warnings, I'm going to go to that severe thunderstorm warning. So a little bit further east here, Clark and Coddington. This is extreme northwest Coddington County. Tornado warning. The storms were near Clark. They were moving northeast toward Crocker, Bradley, Wallace, and Garden City. Crocker, Bradley, Wallace, and Garden City. 80 miles per hour winds, 80 miles per hour. Bradley, Wallace, Garden City, and Crocker. Tornado warning for Garden City. Clark and Coddington till 6 o'clock. Clark and Coddington till 6. These storms are moving toward Garden City and Henry. All right, new tornado warning for Watertown. Tornado warning for Watertown, South Dakota. This just in, Day, Hamlin, Grant, Coddington. Tornado warning, Day, Hamlin, Grant, and Coddington. Let's look at rotation here. Anywhere along here, just southwest of Watertown. If you are just southwest of Watertown, west of Campeska, you need to be in shelter immediately. Watertown and points to the west and northwest and southwest need to be in shelter. There is rotation evident here between Watertown and Hazel, right along the county line, okay? The Hamlin and Coddington County line, we've got rotation and a new tornado warning. I am not sure what just happened, but I lost a whole bunch of my stuff. Okay, there, it's back. All right, so Watertown, seek shelter, please. Watertown, seek shelter. You have a severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds. You now have a tornado warning with rotation southwest of Watertown. From Goose Lake to Castlewood. Goose Lake to Castlewood, moving north at 70, includes Watertown. Includes Florence. Just west of South Shore. This is going to include Highway 212 west of Watertown. This is going to include Highway 20 northwest of Watertown. Lake Campesca area up to Florence. This is going to be Old 81 from Watertown up to just west of South Shore. And this is going to include I-29. This includes I-29 from, let's call it the Castlewood exit to Summit. So again, new tornado warning now. Day, Hamlin, Grant, and Coddington includes the city of Watertown until 6:15. We have 5 tornado warnings now that we are working. 4 in South Dakota, 1 in Nebraska. Columbus, Nebraska is under a tornado warning. Platte Creek, Humphrey, and Columbus, Nebraska. Tornado warning for you down there. That's Colfax and Platte counties in Nebraska. Don't really have time to jump down there right now, but there are strong winds in that area as well. 70 miles per hour. This is west of Omaha. West of Omaha, tornado warning for Columbus, Nebraska, Platte Creek, Nebraska. Severe winds heading toward Madison, Columbus, and David City. There are severe storms that stretch all the way back to Minneapolis, Kansas. Believe it or not. It is just about 6 o'clock. This is live, continuous severe weather coverage from SevereStudios.com. Corey Hartman in the Weather Center. We're also broadcasting from time to time on the Watertown radio group of stations. We have rotation in northeastern South Dakota, many areas between Aberdeen and Watertown that have rotation, possible embedded tornadoes. We already have confirmed areas of 70 to 90 mile per hour winds. And again, a new tornado warning that includes Watertown. The rotation is at the S-curve west of Watertown. There is likely a tornado there west of Watertown. So this is going to be Grover, Campesca, Lake Campesca, Sandy Shore Rec Area, Pelican Lake, Watertown, Horseshoe Lake, okay, Coddington County tornado warning includes the city of Watertown, includes Lake Campesca, Sandy Shore. The rotation right now is near Campesca and the S-curves that are about 7 miles west of Watertown on 212. That's where the rotation is right now. It is now a confirmed tornado. All right, this supersedes everything else, and we are going to stay on wall to wall with this. Weather spotters reported a confirmed tornado with this storm at 5:52 p.m. And damage has been reported in Castlewood. So again, we've got 2 different areas here with confirmed tornadoes. Castlewood and Campesca. Castlewood and Campesca moving. They're basically straddling Watertown, both sides of Watertown along 212. But anywhere on 212 from Henry to Kransburg should be in shelter. Henry to Kransburg and 10 miles either side of 212 should be in shelter. If you are driving on I-29 and you are coming south, need you to stop at Summit. If you're coming south from Sisseton, stop at Summit, get off the road. If you are coming from the south, well, it's a rough ride. I don't know what to tell you. Basically, all the way from Brookings to Watertown is not fun right now on I-29. So again, we have a confirmed tornado now for the Watertown, Kampesca areas. Brent says it's all me now here for Watertown. Brent, go ahead and probably get into shelter, buddy. Let's get into shelter here from Kampesca to Watertown to Kransburg. Kampesca to Watertown to Kransburg. Let's get into shelter. And we will just keep rolling as long as we can. I'm seeing multiple pictures of damage. We've got live stream from Lake Preston area with damage. Looks like some oil storage tanks, ethanol storage tanks, and the shelter destroyed. Now, don't forget about the straight line winds as well. We still have straight line winds. 79 mile per hour gust reported in Brookings. 80 miles per hour, not out of the question. 90 miles per hour, not out of the question. Okay, we've cleaned up some of these warnings here. We still have a tornado warning for the areas near Clark, South Dakota, heading toward Garden City, Bradley, and Wallace. Garden City, Bradley, and Wallace, you need to be in shelter now. All you're going to see is a wall coming at you. Just a wall of wind and dirt. And the tornadoes are embedded inside there. So Garden City, Bradley, Wallace, stay in shelter. All right, in Watertown, you need to stay in shelter in Watertown. We've got some, what looks like possibly debris on the radar on the west side of Watertown. Also by Lake Kampesca. So Lake Kampesca and Watertown, looks like there's some debris on the radar. There's a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. If you are in central Coddington County, you need to be in shelter 10 minutes ago, but get there now if you haven't gotten there yet. In Florence, and if you are between Florence and Watertown on 20, you need to be in shelter. A confirmed tornado also went through Castlewood, with 2 houses and the side of a school in Castlewood has been damaged. So 2 homes and a school damaged in Castlewood, and that rotation continues to move through the Watertown area now. Lake Kampesca region, Highway 20, areas along and north of 212. Kransburg, you should be in shelter now. Goodwin, you should be in shelter. Anywhere along this line could produce a tornado with little warning. In fact, I think we have a tornado down just on the west side of Watertown. So if you haven't gotten to shelter yet, get there immediately. We're going to go back to Kenny Allen, who's a little bit further to the south. Kenny, give us a quick report because we've got confirmed tornadoes near Watertown.
Hi, Corey. Lots of damage in Lake County. We're assessing it right now. There is definitely some circulation in addition to those straight line winds. We found a grain bin picked up and thrown into the cemetery just northeast of Ramona. We have power lines down, snapped, trees snapped off their bases. In Madison, reports in Madison, and we're en route right now to confirm the Prairie Playhouse roof has been blown off at Dakota State University. The Prairie Playhouse roof at Dakota State University has been blown off. Major damage in Madison. Also just got off the phone with individuals in Volga, South Dakota, where there are snapped trees, roof damage. Just unbelievable damage along this line of storms. We're out trying to get video of it and photos. We ask that people stay home. Emergency vehicles are en route when they can be. We've seen many emergency vehicles. We've already seen people out trying to assess the power poles. Many lines across roads, many snap power poles. There's no internet. There's no power for much of Lake County and Brookings County at this moment right now.
All right. Thanks very much. We'll be back in touch with you again a little bit later here. Kenny Allen, co-founder of SevereStudios. This is Corey Hartman speaking to you, 6:04 p.m. And again, we have a line of thunderstorms with 80 to 90 mile per hour winds and possible tornadoes moving through northeastern South Dakota. Just in the last little bit, we've been issued a new tornado warning. This is a tornado warning now for Big Stone County, Minnesota, Dual, Roberts, Grant, and Coddington, South Dakota. All right, so Big Stone County, Minnesota, Dual, Roberts, Grant, and Coddington, South Dakota. This is for a line of thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes from Kranzberg to Moritz, moving north at 80 miles per hour. There's 80 mile per hour winds. There's tornadoes, and they are moving fast. If you are in South Shore, Stockholm, Troy, Strandberg, LaBolt, Revillo, Albee, you need to be in shelter immediately. So this is north of Clear Lake now. Revillo, LaBolt, Troy, Stockholm, South Shore, eventually getting up toward Millbank, Twin Brooks, and Marvin. Tornado warning. Storms with possible tornadoes have just moved through Watertown. Things will be calming down here in minutes in Watertown. For now, stay in shelter. Campeska, Lake Campeska area, stay in shelter. Florence, stay in shelter. We have a new tornado warning. Another new tornado warning. This is for Day, Clark, and Coddington. These are for storms near the Wallace area and Garden City. Garden City to Bradley to Wallace. Another tornado warning. This is moving right up 25 toward Webster. Does include Waubay as well. Webster, Waubay. This is your early notice. Get to shelter. Webster and Waubay, get to shelter. Again, all of this is surrounded by a severe thunderstorm warning with 80 mile per hour winds. Destruction has occurred. We have seen widespread damage in Huron, South Dakota. Power is out everywhere. Pine trees uprooted in Huron. Reports 70 to 90 mile per hour winds. Iroquois, DeSmet, Lake Preston, Arlington. All of those locations reporting damage and power outages. You just heard from Kenny Allen near Madison, South Dakota, with damage there from 97 mile per hour winds. Large trees down, roof blown off a barn in Nunda, South Dakota. Volga, South Dakota reported a 75 mile per hour gust. Flandreau, South Dakota reported 90 miles per hour. Esteline, South Dakota reported 80 miles per hour with damage to buildings there. For our friends in Minnesota, Canby, Minnesota, reporting a 66 mile per hour gust. Not quite as strong over there, thankfully. Sirens have been going off for in Watertown for about the last 5 to 10 minutes, according to Brent. Castlewood tornado photos are on Twitter. For those of you listening on the Watertown radio group of stations, this is Corey Hartman with SevereStudios, live continuous severe weather coverage on YouTube and on radio. Sirens going off, pitch black in Watertown, South Dakota. Things are going to calm down shortly. Just hang with us. We'll get you through it. If there is a tornado right now, it is going to be along or just north of Highway 20, northwest of Watertown. And I am looking at that possible tornado picture in Castlewood. Looks like it's on the ground. There is damage reported in Castlewood. Two houses and the side of a school damaged in Castlewood with these storms as they came through. Anywhere along this line could produce a tornado, basically from Crocker to Madison, Minnesota. Crocker to Madison, Minnesota. Anywhere along that line. It's basically 212 and north of 212. From the Madison area all the way to Condé, we'll say. Could have a tornado spin up. Also the potential of 80 to 90 mile per hour straight line winds. Once again, we want to give an early heads up to places such as Ortonville, Millbank, Summit, Waubay, Roslyn, Pierpont, Langford, Columbia, Westport. Early heads up for you. These storms are moving very quickly. So this would be the Highway 12 corridor, US 12, Groton to Millbank. That's the next in line for these storms. We have a new tornado warning, Brown, Clark, Day, and Spink. New tornado warning coming out for Brown, Clark, Day, and Spink. Okay, we were just talking about Groton. This is going to be just to the east of Groton. So Groton to Webster, basically. New tornado warning, Day, Brown, Clark, and Spink until 6:45 p.m. Extensive wind damage and tornadoes. Wind damage and tornadoes inbound. Looking at more damage coming in from Arlington. Grain bins pummeled. If you want to watch live video, you can go to YouTube and search for SevereStudios. And our live stream will come up right there. Corey Hartman with you in SevereStudios headquarters at 6:10 p.m. I'm safe and sound at HQ. Places that are not safe and sound include Madison, Minnesota, Marietta, Revillo, South Dakota, South Shore, Florence, Wallace, Bradley, Lilly, Crocker, Butler. And the next in line, these are the people who are next in line and should be getting to shelter now. Andover, Bristol, Webster, Waubay, Ortley, Summit, Marvin, Twin Brooks, Millbank. Eventually Ortonville. Okay? Get into shelter now. Stay there for the next hour. And you'll be good. Lots of damage. Trees down. Power lines down. Grain bins demolished. Roof damage. Roofs off of buildings. And power damage that we have not seen since the ice storms in the mid-2000s in South Dakota. John Humphress is in Arlington, South Dakota, I believe. He says there's damage everywhere, emergency vehicles descending. Here's one other thing. If you do not have to go out, don't go out and look at the damage. Not right now, anyway. There'll be plenty of time for that. Another new tornado warning has just been issued. Roberts, Day, Grant, Coddington. Roberts, Day, Grant, Coddington. New tornado warning now till 6:30. Extensive wind damage and tornadoes from Florence to South Shore. Florence to South Shore moving north at 60 miles an hour. So you want to stay in shelter in Summit. Stay in shelter in Waubay. Stay in shelter in Ortley. Again, new tornado warning till 6:30. Let's look at velocity on radar. Multiple areas of rotation. Multiple areas. One right here near Wallace on State Road 25. One just east of that, north of Wallace, north of 20 on the Day-Coddington line. Rotation right near Florence, kind of behind the line. Let me just check on that. Yep, there could be another embedded tornado near Florence, so stay in shelter, Florence. Rotation near South Shore. Rotation near Troy. Rotation near LaBolt. Rotation near Revillo. If you're in Revillo, South Dakota, you need to be in shelter. Strong area of rotation just to your southwest. Albee and Revillo need to be in shelter. You're still in a tornado warning. As far as Watertown is concerned, the rain is going to let up here. There may still be some gusty winds behind things, but I think along 212, Henry to Watertown, I think you're all clear now. So you can come out of the shelter in Watertown. You can come out of the shelter in Kampesca. You can come out of the shelter in Henry. Garden City and Clark, it's past you. Raymond and Doland, all clear. Might still be raining, but the worst is past. Redfield, Tulare, Hitchcock, you can come out of shelter. Hazel, Hayti, again some rain, but the worst is past you. Castlewood, the worst is past. Toronto, Brant, Clear Lake, the worst is past. Okay, so those are the areas that don't have to worry about it anymore. So let's go back to where we still have warnings, and you should still be in shelter. You should still be in shelter in Groton, or areas just east of there anyway. Andover, Pierpont, Bristol, Butler, Webster, Roslyn, Wabae, Florence, Ortley, Summit, South Shore, Troy, Marvin, Twin Brooks, Millbank. Millbank, you should be in shelter or getting there very soon. LaBolt, Ravillo, Albee, South Dakota. Ortonville here in the next 20 minutes. Into Minnesota, Marietta, Madison, Dawson, Boyd. New tornado warning just north of Madison, Minnesota. New tornado warning just north of Madison, Minnesota. This is Lac qui Parle and Swift counties. Lac qui Parle and Swift counties in Minnesota. New tornado warning till 6:30. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Madison, Minnesota, moving north at 70 miles per hour. Appleton, you are in the path. Lewisburg, you are in the path. That's Minnesota. That's our Minnesota friends. Appleton, Minnesota, Madison, Minnesota. All right. Let's do this. Let's take everything from the top. I'm just going to read everything that's going on here into portions of Minnesota and South Dakota. And the warnings are flying. So here we go. Aberdeen, you are still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Bath, Columbia, Westport. Aberdeen, Bath, Columbia, Westport, severe thunderstorm warning. Groton, Fernie, Verdon, severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning. Andover, Bristol, Butler. Andover, Bristol, and Butler still in a tornado warning. Webster, Wabae, tornado warning. Florence, Ortley, Summit, tornado warning. South Shore, Marvin, Twin Brooks, Troy, LaBolt, Ravillo, Millbank, tornado warning. Corona, Ortonville, tornado warning. Big Stone City, tornado warning. Into Minnesota, Appleton, Minnesota, tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Montevideo to Granite Falls. 100 mile per hour winds with these storms. Montevideo to Granite Falls, seek shelter immediately. In Madison, Minnesota, we have had a report in Madison, Minnesota of 94 mile per hour winds at the Madison, Minnesota airport. And they've now issued a tornado warning there as well, embedded in the line. Pope, Chippewa, Stevens, Swift, and Candy Ojai counties in Minnesota, 100 mile per hour winds are possible. This is going to be Montevideo to Appleton and northward. As we slide down to Redwood Falls, 70 mile per hour winds heading toward Redwood Falls, Olivia, Morgan, St. James, Fairmont. So we've got storms moving through Marshall right now. We've got storms moving through Redwood Falls, Minnesota, Windham, Minnesota, Jackson, Spirit Lake in Minnesota. So another round here in western Minnesota tonight. Not sure what's going on with my messenger right now. I need to refresh it because I'm not getting all of my messages. Again, we've got damage across much of eastern South Dakota. If you're watching on YouTube, look at all of these damage reports. These are all damage reports. There's going to be extensive power outages across southeastern and eastern South Dakota, now moving into northeastern South Dakota. We've got strong storms in Nebraska, west of Omaha. Just going to hit the highlights here. 70 miles per hour winds in Thurston, Nebraska, West Point, Nebraska, Scribner, Fremont, Wahoo. This is areas west of Omaha. Lots of damage back here as well. Vehicles blown over on I-80 near Aurora, Nebraska. Aurora, Nebraska, vehicles blown over from 60 to 80 mile per hour winds on I-80 and Highway 14 near Aurora, Nebraska. That was much earlier. That was around, let's see here, 5:05, so over an hour ago. Again, all of those storms now moving toward Fremont, Nebraska, Wahoo, Nebraska, West Point, Nebraska, Pender, Nebraska, Thurston, Winnebago. Might have another round coming through Sioux City here before too long. Okay, so that's Nebraska. There's storms in Concordia, Kansas. Storms in Concordia, Kansas have ping pong and 60. All right, so not quite as bad down here, but bad enough. Lots of damage. We've got York, Nebraska, branches down, nickel-size hail. Okay, so again, not quite as bad, but bad enough with these storms west of Omaha. All right, let's get back up into western Minnesota, northeastern South Dakota. Worthington, Minnesota, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Jackson, Minnesota, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Power lines and poles will go down in Jackson. Trees will come down in Windham. Trees will come down in Jeffers. New warning here from Redwood Falls to St. James to Fairmont. 70 miles per hour winds from Spirit Lake to Storden. Redwood Falls in there, St. James in there, Morgan, Minnesota, Springfield, Sleepy Eye, Vesta, Renville, Olivia. These are extremely dangerous storms, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Considerable damage is likely. Granite Falls, Montevideo, Dawson, up toward Benson, Minnesota. Appleton, Minnesota, you're under a tornado warning right now. Appleton, you should be in shelter. Have to switch radars one more time here. Morris, Minnesota. Glenwood, Minnesota. Strong winds heading your direction. 100 miles per hour. Straight line winds along a line from Appleton to Montevideo, Minnesota, moving now toward Kirkhoven, Benson, Sunberg, Hancock, Morris, Glenwood. All right, this is Swift County, Minnesota, Stevens County, Pope County, Chippewa County, 100 mile per hour winds. All right, back to our friends in northeastern South Dakota. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Traverse, Big Stone, Roberts, and Grant counties until 7:15. Traverse, Big Stone, Roberts, and Grant, new severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. Destructive winds of 80 miles per hour. Destructive winds of 80 miles per hour from Millbank to Summit, moving north. Millbank to Summit, moving north at 75 miles per hour. Not a lot of time to act here. Not a lot of time to act here in northeastern South Dakota. Seek shelter immediately. We've got updates on tornado warnings coming in. We will get that here in just a moment. I just want to send out the updates on Twitter again here about our YouTube coverage. Thank you to everyone that's in the chat room right now on YouTube. If you want to watch this and you're still listening on radio in South Dakota, you can just go to YouTube and type in SevereStudios. You'll get our storm chasers. We've got damage in Arlington, South Dakota, live on video from John Humphress. And also, if you're watching, we want to make sure that as you follow along here tonight, that you do subscribe to our YouTube channel. We want you to do that, subscribe, and hit the bell, and you'll be notified when we go live with weather coverage. So let's see here. 6:25 p.m. This is Corey Hartman with SevereStudios.com. And we are live on multiple platforms across the upper Midwest. New tornado warning has just been issued. This is going to basically replace the severe thunderstorm warning that I just told you about. This is a tornado warning for Traverse, Big Stone, Roberts, and Grant. Traverse, Big Stone, Roberts, and Grant counties, a tornado warning until 7 p.m. Extensive straight line wind damage and tornadoes are moving at 70 miles per hour. And this is the line of thunderstorms on your screen if you're watching on video. Otherwise, I'll describe it to you. It's basically from Appleton, Minnesota to Millbank, South Dakota to Summit, South Dakota. There is a big curving hook near Ortley and Summit, South Dakota. There is likely a tornado there. Likely a tornado near Summit and Ortley that is moving north at 70 miles per hour. Heads up in Peaver, heads up in Sisseton, Browns Valley, Wilmot, Corona. Heads up for Roslyn, South Dakota. Webster and Waubay, you should still be in shelter. Webster, Waubay, you should still be in shelter. Bristol, Andover, Pierpont, you should still be in shelter. And Groton, you should still be in shelter. Storms are finally wrapping up in Aberdeen. In fact, there are no warnings at the current time in Aberdeen. I'm going to verify that, though. Yes, the severe thunderstorm warning over in that neck of the woods has expired moments ago. People still asking about, is this a Derecho or not? Well, I believe we have expanded more than 300 miles, so this is likely going to be classified as a Derecho with embedded tornado damage. Let's see if we can get some new reports here. Elk Point, South Dakota, far southeastern corner of South Dakota, 70 mile per hour winds. House and shed damage and a turned over semi near Gary. Now that's pretty new. That's only from about 20 minutes ago. Dual County near Gary, South Dakota. Houses and sheds damaged and a semi is overturned. 70 mile per hour winds were reported in Webster not too long ago. Lake Preston, 7 power poles snapped. Trees down and a 102 mile per hour wind was reported by a weather station in Dual County near Lake Cochran. That was a half hour ago. Lake Cochran, a half hour ago. 102 miles per hour and trees down. And emergency management sending in a report here of buildings damaged in Watertown, 1 mile west of Watertown. That's the only information I have. That came in 10 minutes ago. 1 mile west of Watertown. Emergency manager is reporting wind damage, buildings damaged. It did look like there was a tornado on radar about a half hour ago, so we'll see what comes out of that. The Brookings Municipal Airport reported 79 miles per hour. And an 80 mile per hour gust was reported in Spink Colony in Spink, South Dakota. You are caught up on your reports. Let's go to a new tornado warning. Let's see which one this is. Okay, actually we've got two relatively new tornado warnings to tell you about. And the very latest is for Day and Marshall counties. Day and Marshall counties in South Dakota, tornado warning until 7 p.m. Once again, tornadoes and extensive wind damage from Andover to Pierpont to Bristol, moving north at 50 miles per hour. So you can see that here on the radar from Andover to Bristol to Webster to Waubay. This whole line here with 80 mile per hour winds and embedded tornadoes anywhere along here. There could be a tornado at Andover, a tornado at Pierpont, a tornado, let's call it 5 miles north of Bristol, a tornado 3 miles north of Webster, a tornado 2 miles north of Waubay. All right? So all of that is moving north at 50 miles per hour. This includes Langford, Eden, Cattail Lake, Fort Sisseton State Park, Buffalo Lakes, Lake City, Clear Lake Rec Area, Britain, to Lake City, Langford, Eden, Pierpont, Roslyn, Andover, Bristol, Webster, Waubay. New tornado warning, Day and Marshall counties, and that goes again until 7 p.m. now, so a half hour. And again, a new tornado warning that came out about 5 minutes ago. This is for Traverse County, Minnesota, Big Stone County, Minnesota, Roberts and Grant counties in northeastern South Dakota. And there is likely a tornado east of Wilmot. Likely a tornado east of Wilmot on 15, north of Corona, east of Wilmot. This is heading toward Browns Valley, Beardsley, Berry, and Graceville. There is strong winds in rotation near Ortonville right now. That's heading toward Clinton and Graceville and Johnson. Strong winds in rotation near Appleton, Minnesota. And that is heading toward Morris and Benson. So this is where we've got the tornadoes, basically from Groton, South Dakota, through Millbank, South Dakota, moving northward. And again, we have warnings for 100 mile per hour winds in Appleton, Montevideo, Granite Falls, heading toward Morris, Benson, and Wilmer. 100 miles per hour from Appleton to Granite Falls, Minnesota, heading toward Wilmer, Benson, and Morris, Minnesota. Olivia and Renville, Minnesota, you have 70 mile per hour winds heading your direction. Morgan, New Ulm, St. James, you have 70 mile per hour winds heading toward you. This line on radar is something really to behold here. As we zoom in a little bit and we put this wide angle radar here in the top right corner of our YouTube stream, look at where these storms have gone through. They've gone through Yankton. They've gone through Mitchell. They've gone through Sioux Falls. Pictures of shelf clouds in Sioux Falls that you would not believe earlier. Okay, we've made it through Brookings. We've made it through Madison with damage. We've made it through Clark, South Dakota with damage. Okay. Let's see if we can get a hold of Kenny Allen here again and see if he can give us any more information so I can take a quick break. He was down near Madison, South Dakota. So we'll get an update from Madison. Again, you are looking at Arlington, South Dakota on John Humphress's stream. John Humphress in Arlington, there's a sheet metal building completely destroyed. Looks like it's near a water tower, perhaps, or maybe near a communication tower. That building flattened near Arlington, South Dakota. Storms in Arlington went through there at about 5:30, about an hour ago. All right, let's do a warning recap again here. Well, Brown County just went back under a severe thunderstorm warning. Brown County in South Dakota, back under a new warning. We'll go to Kenny Allen here in just a second with an update. But we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This includes the Columbia to Hecla area in Brown County. North of Groton, Columbia, Claremont, Hecla, 70 miles per hour. This is early heads up for Britain, Kidder, Veblen. You're going to get at least 70-mile-per-hour winds. You might get 90-mile-per-hour winds, and you might get a tornado. All things are on the table right now in far northeastern South Dakota. Stay in shelter, Langford, Eden, Lake City. Stay in shelter, Sisseton, Peaver, Wilmot, Browns Valley. Stay in shelter, Ortonville. Stay in shelter, Graceville, Minnesota. All right, let's go to Kenny Allen. Tell us where you are, what you got.
Hi, Corey. Just really trying to get through the emotions here. My own county, Lake County, South Dakota, where I live and have been my whole life. So much. Madison, we do have a small portion of the Prairie Playhouse roof that's been ripped off at Dakota State University's campus. We have power lines are down all over. Trees on my neighbors, both my neighbors have trees on top of their houses. My house is okay. We have just, lawn furniture everywhere. We have trees everywhere. We have power lines down. There's windows blowing out. That looks like it exploded and just strewn across 9th Street, Madison, taking out power lines. Damage at the local parks. And we're just trying to assess it right now, try to get around Madison safely without hitting any power lines. Many streets are impassable. So many trees down. We're talking about trees that are 30, 40, 50 years old, just snapped right off their bases and down. And it's going to take a lot of work to clean this up. There's no power. There's no internet. And Lake County, all of the resources are out and very strained. They're trying to respond to everybody that's calling things in as fast as they can. And neighbors are out already trying to assess the damage. But it's not a good night in Lake County, South Dakota.
What did you say looked like it had been exploded?
There was a building on 9th Street and Highway 81. It's just north of a casino. That building looked like it had just been picked up and exploded all across the park that's north of it. And there's nothing left of the building. It's just strewn across the park. Like there had maybe had just 100-mile-an-hour wind picked it up and threw it, or maybe a little micro circulation spun up and hit it. But there's just so much damage, and it's so random. One building could have the windows blown out of it and the roof off, and another building looks just fine and maybe just has a tree down. So there was definitely some circulation embedded in this line that came through, but those straight line winds that were 90 to 100-mile-an-hour winds clocked at the Madison airport, I can validate it here on the ground that it did a lot of damage tonight.
All right. Well, you hold on. Obviously, our thoughts and prayers are with everybody. That's This is our home areas, Kenny. This is why we started Severe Studios.
That's why we do it, is to keep people safe. And I'm not hearing of any deaths or anything tonight, but I do know there have been some injuries from blown out car windows and people when they were driving, they're trying to get away from it, and it just came so fast. Even when it hit our own car, when we were on the first tornado warning near Canova and Spencer tonight, we had to maneuver to stop our car from blowing over. We had to maneuver into the wind so that we were not pushed over into the ditch. I mean, I haven't seen winds like this in a very long time, and we've been through some storms, but this gust front was something.
And it's not just
really
it's not just Lake County either. I mean, we've got I'm looking at damage
across the state.
Yeah, looking at damage now from White or somewhere up in that area. Arlington hit very bad. There's just multiple trees down, and we're going to see scenes like this unfold across South Dakota. It is going to take weeks, if not months, to get everything back to the way it needs to be. And of course, we're going to be right alongside you. So, Kenny, we'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. Have a good night.
All right. So there's Kenny Allen in Madison, South Dakota. Obviously, his hometown. He is shaken up. Trees down everywhere. Houses, not houses, thankfully, that we know of yet, but buildings, sheet metal buildings, especially things that were not fortified, completely obliterated in Madison, South Dakota. And again, there was a 97-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the Madison airport. I would say that has verified. Excuse me one moment. 6:40 p.m. This is Corey Hartman, live, SevereStudios.com. We have live YouTube coverage going on. We have also been live in northeastern South Dakota on the Watertown radio group stations, and we still have multiple severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in effect for northeastern portions of South Dakota. Britain to Sisseton, stay in shelter. Britain to Sisseton, stay in shelter. Although we do have a tornado warning now just south of Sioux City, heading toward the Ottawa area. So I do want to look at that just briefly. So this is far northeastern Nebraska now, near Tecuma, southwest of Decatur, near Yuling. And this is heading northeastward at 70 miles per hour. So if you are in Craig, Nebraska, or Oakland, Nebraska, even Decatur, Nebraska, or Ottawa and Blencoe, Iowa, seek shelter immediately. This is Burt County in Nebraska with a tornado warning, and a tornado likely here near Yuling, heading toward Oakland and Craig in Nebraska. Surrounding that, severe thunderstorm warnings, still 70-mile-per-hour winds in Iowa, Monona, Pottawatomie, Harrison counties. In Nebraska, Burt, Washington, Douglas, and Thurston. A new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for the Sioux City area. This is going to be round number 2 for Elk Point, Jefferson, Sioux City, Dakota City. This severe thunderstorm warning is for in Nebraska, Dakota-Dixon, Union County, South Dakota, in Iowa, Woodbury, and Plymouth. 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1.5 inches hail. This is expected to be in Dakota City by 6:45, Sioux City right after that. So you've only got a few minutes here for another round in extreme southeastern South Dakota. You can see there's already warnings popping up. Large branches and power lines were down at 5 o'clock. So there's already power out in parts of Sioux City, Iowa. New severe thunderstorm is heading that direction as we speak. North Sioux City, Ponca, Nebraska, Jefferson, South Dakota, Elk Point, South Dakota, Westfield, Iowa. That is where you need to be in shelter for a new batch of storms coming up out of Nebraska. All right, so it looks like at some point, thank you, Dave Grant. Dave Grant bringing me food, water, and everything that I need here tonight. Dave and Wendy, number one. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. All right, so we had a new tornado watch issued at some point. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, when that came out, but I'm scrolling back. It was at least an hour ago. Here it is. 1 hour ago, we had a new tornado watch issued. We were in the middle of wall-to-wall coverage and not able to bring that in, but we're going to bring it in now because it includes quite a bit of real estate here. So southeastern portions of North Dakota and a lot of western and south central Minnesota with a tornado watch, meaning tornadoes are possible, but really the straight line wind damage is the thing here. Although it looks like we have a new confirmed tornado warning in Minnesota. We'll get to that here in just a second. But look at how the warnings on the left side of your screen and the watch on the right side of your screen basically match up. So this is the danger zone now. You're clear in Huron and Mitchell. You're clear in Madison. Not sure what's happening with Jordan's camera right there, but it's kind of freaking out a little bit. So Jordan Hall is he in Brookings? Nope, Jordan Hall is still somewhere near White, South Dakota. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, goodness. What do we got here? Video file coming in. So we've got damage coming in. That is White, South Dakota. So all that damage you were seeing was White, South Dakota. Excuse me. So 6:45 here. Severe weather coverage continues across multiple platforms. Let's go to the tornado warning near Benson, Minnesota. We have a tornado warning. A confirmed tornado was located near Murdoch and was moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. You have no time left in DeGraff. You have moments in Swift Falls and Sunberg. Swift Falls and Sunberg, Minnesota. No time remaining. Tornado warning for portions of Pope, Stearns, Swift, and Candy, Ojai County till 7 p.m. Pope, Swift, Stearns, and Candy, Ojai counties. South Shore, a barn has been lost. That is north of Watertown. South Shore, report of barn damage. Okay, it sounds like we're going to get some live drone footage here from John Humphress in Arlington, South Dakota here in just a little bit. So stay tuned for that. Once again, confirmed tornado here east of Benson, Minnesota, near DeGraff, heading towards Swift Falls and Sunberg at 80 miles per hour. Seek shelter. Graceville, Minnesota, stay in shelter. Browns Valley, stay in shelter. Sisseton, South Dakota, stay in shelter. Eden, Lake City, South Dakota, stay in shelter. Langford, Amherst, and Britain, South Dakota, stay in shelter. Again, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds have been confirmed and embedded tornadoes along this line. Look at the size of this tree down on Jordan Hall's live stream. Let's see here. So this, I believe he's in Brookings now, or very near Brookings. So this is Brookings, South Dakota now. Reminder to subscribe and notify on our YouTube channel, because we will be doing much more of this type of weather coverage, especially as things pass through markets that SevereStudios has radio stations. New tornado warning here near Renville, Minnesota. Renville, Minnesota. Candy, Ojai, and Renville County. Severe thunderstorm located over the town of Renville, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour, and Princeburg and Blomkest and Savea in the path. Okay, so tornado near Renville, Minnesota, moving northeast. Possible. A confirmed tornado was reported with this storm near DeGraff, moving towards Swift Falls and Sunburg. 70 to 80 mile per hour winds all around this entire area. So if we're not talking about it and you see your town listed here, head in your direction. And again, in the red here, you can see the new tornado watch that was issued about an hour ago. I'm going to have to add Minneapolis to my chat feature here. Appleton Airport, 60 miles per hour. Redwood Falls, 60 miles per hour. These are reports. The tornado watch has been extended. Tornado watch extended. All right, so lot of new information coming in here. Just want to get it all on the air. So the tornado watch has now been extended in portions of Minnesota to include many counties, including Blue Earth, Faribault, Candy, Ojai, Lac qui Parle, Anoka, Benton, Carver, Dakota, Freeborn, Hennepin. So here we go again. Okay, so what we have now is the tornado watch has been extended into the Minneapolis, Twin Cities metropolitan area again. So here we go. Second round of storms heading for the Twin Cities. We'll see if they hold together. We have live damage video coming in from John Humphress in Arlington. Let's go to that now. So much going on right now. So much going on. So this is, well, I think I may have said it was tornado damage. It's wind damage of some sort in Arlington, South Dakota here. And you are looking at it live from John Humphreys's drone. He's got it in the air. He is checking it out. Big part of, can't tell what building that is. Maybe if I take it full for a second, I can. Looks like a muffler shop, pipe bending, Dino's Auto, Burns Auto, something like that anyway. So that's in Arlington, South Dakota. Big part of the roof peeled back. Shingles have gone. Top of your screen there, you can see right up here. I don't know why that just went black and white, but you can see there's a trailer blown over. Tractor trailer, it looks like, has been blown over. And then Jordan Hall is currently shooting damage in Brookings, South Dakota, with a gigantic tree down there. We just heard from Kenny Allen in his hometown of Madison, South Dakota, with major damage there and roofs off and major trees down and lots of cleanup to do. Sorry, we're getting dings and dongs here. Let me mute those. A thunderstorm wind gust of 78 miles per hour was reported in Marshall, Minnesota. 78 in Marshall. I wish I would have been able to get a hold of someone. So there are massive power outages in South Dakota. I'm getting reports that all of the Watertown radio group stations that we've been on for hours now are off the air, and they are sending everybody over to our stream to get information. So we're going to continue to cover things here in Minnesota, but we also got to cover things back in northeastern South Dakota, and a new tornado warning coming out right now. Once again, Sisseton, South Dakota, stay in shelter. Eden and Lake City, stay in shelter. Britain, stay in shelter. And now we have a new warning for the far, far northeastern portion of South Dakota, from Veblen through Clare City to New Effington to Rossholt to White Rock. Okay, Clare City to Rossholt. This is a new tornado warning. This is for Roberts County in northeastern South Dakota and Traverse County, Minnesota. So Roberts County, South Dakota, Traverse County, Minnesota, until 7:15. Tornadoes and extensive wind damage with these storms here, basically from Sisseton to Graceville moving north. Sisseton to Graceville through Browns Valley moving north. So Wheaton, Minnesota. We haven't called out Wheaton yet. Let's do that. Wheaton, Minnesota. And Tinta, Minnesota. And early heads up for Nashua. Okay. And Tenney. Fairmount, North Dakota. Hankinson, North Dakota. Lidgerwood, North Dakota. Cayuga and Rutland, North Dakota. Early heads up for you. You're under a warning already. Wahpeton, already under a warning here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. But these embedded tornadoes are going to do some damage. As John Humphress flies here, again, a reminder to subscribe and like our channel here, hit the bell, and do all of those things. Our storm chasers do appreciate, by the way, any super chats that you might want to dump into the chat here. Give us a few bucks. I'll put it right into their gas tank, because we are going to have storm chasers out looking at damage across 3 states potentially. And they're going to be around for a while. And, John lives in Kentucky. Jordan and Scott live in Norman, Oklahoma. I'm in Wisconsin. We're all over the place. Freddy McKinney is from Columbus, Nebraska. He was chasing in South Dakota. His hometown got hit. Kenny Allen lives in Madison, South Dakota, was chasing south of town. His hometown got hit. So we have chasers who have actually had their hometowns hit by tornadoes as they were, tornadoes and straight line winds, as they were out chasing elsewhere. Okay. Minneapolis, St. Cloud, we don't know yet. I mean, St. Cloud probably more likely than Minneapolis at this time, but the tornado watch is being extended eastward. Okay, Blue Earth, Minnesota, and the watch just came out. Yes, it did. I'm checking out YouTube chat here. Here it comes again. We just cleaned up from last night. We know. Sorry to hear about that. Sirens are going off in Sioux City. I believe, still a severe thunderstorm warning in Sioux City. Again, for Minneapolis, tornado watch. We'll see what happens here. St. Cloud looks to take the brunt of the bow. That's possible. We'll look at all that here in a second. Supergirl Gamer says she is just north of St. Cloud. Thanks for tuning in. Coon Rapids had a touchdown last night. Yes, they did, an F0. Looks like the same storms from yesterday. It's kind of eerie, isn't it, Melanie? Power lines are down in Wilmer. Rail cars derailed east of Wilmer, Minnesota, according to Ben in our chat room. Can we get velocity on the confirmed tornado? Yep, we'll check it out here. Okay, thanks for being in there. 840 people watching. Again, share what we're doing here, okay? All right, it looks like we have a confirmed tornado now on your screen here near Rossholt. If you're in Rossholt, South Dakota, seek shelter immediately. Just tweeting this out. It is 6:58.5 p.m. Let's see here. So again, a confirmed tornado here near Rossholt. There it is. New Effington, a brief tornado touchdown. There's two areas here that could have a tornado. If you're in New Effington or Rossholt, you need to be in shelter immediately here in Traverse County, South Dakota. Traverse County, South Dakota, New Effington. There's rotation right here. Let's see if we can see it better. Nope, we cannot. Okay. So rotation here near New Effington along 127 and near Rossholt right here. It's probably already on top of you. So New Effington and Rossholt, South Dakota, be in shelter now. Marshall County, South Dakota, just got a new tornado warning and a possible tornado near Hillhead, moving north at 60. Not exactly sure which part of this storm they are warning for. Maybe right here. Not sure, but if you're in Veblen, stay in shelter. Okay? Veblen, stay in shelter. Whew, got to take just a tiny little break here. It is 7 p.m., and this is Corey Hartman at SevereStudios headquarters. And this is continuous live coverage of tornadoes and extensive wind damage across 3 states so far. Possibly 4 or 5. We're talking Iowa, northwest Iowa, central, eastern, and northeastern Nebraska, eastern South Dakota, and now moving into portions of North Dakota and Minnesota. So North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa have all had wind damage of some sort tonight. In Lake County, South Dakota, where we heard from Kenny Allen, a 96 mile per hour wind gust was reported around 5 o'clock tonight. 3 miles southwest of Wentworth. A 90 mile per hour gust was reported just northwest of Madison at 5:16 p.m. All right. Let's do a master reset of everything here. And we're also going to call Mankato and see how things are going over there, because we've got storms building up and blowing through Mankato again. Let's see if we've got coverage going on in Mankato for our radio stations there. So this little thin blue line here is where the winds are. So Litchfield, Hutchinson heading toward you again, St. George, New Ulm, Hanska, Lake Crystal, Mankato, Nicollet. My buddy Mike has relatives in Nicollet, and they're about to get round 2. So, okay, well, nobody answering the call in Mankato, so we can't say that we didn't try. My goodness, we are going to have stories and cleanup and a mess all over the place. All right, so again, severe thunderstorm warnings here in gigantic blocks. Mankato area, Blue Earth and west. New Ulm to Hutchinson and west. Litchfield to Wilmer. A possible tornado near Sedan, Minnesota. Let's just see what some of these warnings say here. 80 miles per hour is what they're saying with these storms east of Wilmer, Wilmer, Minnesota. Okay, we got this whole line here from, let's call it New London to just west of Litchfield, just west of Hutch, just west of Glencoe, New Ulm, Mankato. All these warnings here, 70 to 80 miles per hour. 70 to 80 miles per hour. And here's that tornado watch extended into the metro. See some of these warnings? These are from this morning. This is actually round number 3 for St. Cloud. Maybe 4, because they had some early, they had some on Monday. They had some yesterday, maybe 2 rounds yesterday. I can't even keep track anymore. This might be round 4 or 5 even for St. Cloud to the Twin Cities. Just since Monday. So again, the tornado watch has been extended into the Minneapolis metro. That means conditions are favorable for tornadoes, but definitely favorable for straight line winds as well. Okay, so again, early heads up, Blue Earth, Mankato, Glencoe, Hutch, Litchfield. Okay, that's the next in line in Minnesota. Possible tornado in Sedan, Minnesota. I know I'm jumping around a lot, but there's a lot going on. Switching radar again. Hopefully, there we go. A silo and a pole barn was destroyed in Pope County. Wow, what does John have on his... I can't tell what that is. Can't tell if that's something on the railroad track or something fell down and hit the railroad crossing sign, or... Not sure what that is exactly going on there. But that'd be 2 for 2 on railroad crossings if that's part of the railroad. I think that's likely a gate. So that's 2 days in a row we've had a railroad crossing arm gate. Let's see. I'm just typing with my... My drone started acting really funny. Well, that's not good. The tornado warning for Marshall County, South Dakota has been expired, has been canceled early. Tornado-producing storms are still located in Traverse County, Minnesota, and Roberts County, South Dakota. And again, those were confirmed tornadoes. We had a confirmed tornado near New Effington, and there was other rotation near Rossholt. That has now moved across the border into North Dakota, and it still looks like we have a tornado right here heading toward Hankinson, North Dakota. If you're in Hankinson, North Dakota, seek shelter now. Here's that other one right here. So there's still the potential of 2 tornadoes here. May have gone through New Effington and Rossholt and have now made their way up toward Hankinson and Highway 11 in far southeastern North Dakota. There's a new tornado warning there. Let's see. Richland County, North Dakota. Wilkin, Grant, and Otter Tail counties in Minnesota. Let me do that again. New tornado warning till 7:30 for Otter Tail, Minnesota, Grant, Minnesota, Wilkin, Minnesota, and Richland County, North Dakota. So that is basically the Wahpeton area. Anywhere along this line could get a tornado. Anywhere along this line could have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll get some additional pictures and things on the air here in just a minute or two. I will have to take a break to eat just a little tiny piece of something here. I've had 2 bites of a cheeseburger and a fry, thanks to Dave Grant, but I'm going to have to take a break, eat something, keep my strength up as things head toward Minneapolis. My blood sugar starts to get a little bit low, so don't go away. Okay? New tornado warning near Alexandria, Minnesota. New tornado warning near Alexandria, Minnesota. This is near Kensington, heading toward Brandon and Garfield. Kensington heading toward Brandon and Garfield. This is west of Alexandria, Minnesota. New tornado warning, Douglas County, Minnesota. Storm is moving at 75 miles per hour, so Millerville, Brandon, Garfield. Get into shelter now. Okay. So this is what we've got. Just a mess. Let's go back down to Iowa and Sioux City vicinity here real quick. We're going to have overlapping warnings, overlapping damage reports. What a day. So severe thunderstorm warning for let's see here. Hang on. Cherokee County, Iowa, Woodbury, Sioux, Plymouth, and Ida counties in Iowa, and Clay and Union in South Dakota. Golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Golf balls and 70. I've got to take some of these older warnings or reports off because I can't even see anything anymore. There's also a potential of a tornado here. Some rotation right here near Jackson, Nebraska, just west of Sioux City. Okay? 8 miles west of Sioux City, there's some rotation showing up. And a possible tornado here. As we see more damage in Brookings, South Dakota. More damage in Brookings here from Jordan Hall. And still damage in Arlington from John Humphress. South Dakota hit hard. Let's see here. Kenny Allen says somewhere on his Facebook he has damage. Let's see here. Let me see if I can get... Maybe we can see the video from earlier. A couple different videos from earlier in South Dakota. All right, let's check these out. For some reason, they keep stopping. I don't know why, but there you go. From Kenny Allen, look at that blowing dust. Look at those storms. My goodness, this is what came through Howard and Madison, South Dakota earlier. So we'll keep watching that here, and we will look at, again, Jackson, Nebraska, South Sioux City, Nebraska. We'll loop these puppies. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Let's try it again here, folks.
We can't see a damn thing. Winds are about 80 miles per hour at least.
Yeah. Scary, scary stuff. And he says, so much damage. My family is safe. That's all that matters. And that is true. Okay, we'll look at those. Look at those videos again here. Again, sorry, those keep stopping. I think when I take my mouse off there. Okay, Sioux City, Iowa, seek shelter. Okay, let's go back to Minnesota. Minnesota and North Dakota. All warnings. Here's some good news. Here's some good news. All warnings in South Dakota, with the exception of far southeastern South Dakota, Union County, are done. All warnings in South Dakota, except for the far southeastern tip down near Sioux City, they are done. And now the cleanup begins. Now the cleanup begins. Here's some of the damage. Brookings and Arlington, South Dakota. Let's see here. We have a new mesoscale discussion here from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go ahead and look at that quick. And it says tornado and wind damage threat will continue in southeastern North Dakota and all the way through to south central Minnesota. So basically from Wahpeton, North Dakota, all the way down to Mankato. That's what we're saying here. Okay, so wind damage and tornado threat continuing. I need to get a link here.
Together.
Oops.
We lost.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry for that extremely loud blow your eardrum out advertisement there. Let's see. Let's get that sent off. Oh boy, I need to do some editing. South Dakota and Minnesota. Okay. Praying for you here in Alabama. Yes, Ben, you do get your share of tornadoes in Alabama. We cover them down there as well. If the storms have not passed your area yet and you want to ask a question in the chat, I will get right back to the chat in about 5 minutes. So if you're worried about your location, drop it in the chat room and I will scroll back and check those out in the next 5 minutes here, okay? All right, let's see what else we've got happening here, and then I am going to take a little break at around 7:30 for about 5 minutes. So there was a small tornado near Castlewood, South Dakota earlier. And here's a look at that. Pretty tiny. That's Castlewood, South Dakota earlier tonight. Just a little tornado. Is there any more damage east of me? Says John Humphress. Well, yes. Let's look at local storm reports here. Widespread damage in Brookings. Jordan is in Brookings. And where else has there been pretty decent damage tonight? Everywhere. Okay, let's see here. I'm just scrolling through some reports, some pictures, all sorts of things, just to give you the very, very latest information. Wow. Look at the warnings that have been issued already this week. That's what I was just talking about. These are all the warnings that have been issued since Sunday afternoon. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is a lot of warnings. So again, there's a second storm moving through Sioux City. There's another storm south of Sioux Falls again. We'll get back to those. We do have a few tornado warnings in Minnesota. We'll get to those. And then I'm going to take a little break just for a second. Something from Wilmer here. Wow. Wow, check this out from Wilmer, Minnesota. You won't believe this one, folks. Hang on. Here you go. Wow. Look at that. When the storm came through Wilmer, Minnesota. Hope I didn't say South Dakota again. Getting all confused. Wilmer, Minnesota. Chased a tornado there once, about 10 years ago, 15 maybe. 07, 08, somewhere in there. So that's from Simon in Wilmer, Minnesota. We also have to watch out for some flash flooding in portions of central Minnesota tonight. These pictures from Sioux Falls are just out of control of the dust, debris, hail, wind, everything else. Here's from SevereStudios meteorologist Sean Cable. His friend sent him a picture at I-229 and Rice Street in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, as the storm was coming in, and that picture is insane. Looks like a Saharan dust storm or a haboob in Arizona or something. Out of control. So we've got pictures here of the Castlewood, South Dakota school and damage there. Let's take a look at those. I mean, it looks like maybe we're seeing roof trusses right up here. Are those, maybe the roof came off? Definitely debris laying down here in front of the school. And there's the bus barn. That's been damaged as well. That's in Castlewood, South Dakota. Debris laying all over the place in Castlewood. All right, let's retweet that. Let's get that out there. All right. Well, that's it for pictures and things for right now. Let's go back to the chat as promised. See what people are asking about. And let's say thank you to Melanie. She sent another coffee fund of $10. Appreciate that. And Dune Blaze 1996. Love the work you guys do. Thank you very much to Melanie and to Dune Blaze 96 for sending some coffee funds our direction. Okay, so I am scrolling back here to see what people are seeing. How does Wilmer, Minnesota look? Well, we just showed you the video from Wilmer, and it's already over. Will Fargo, North Dakota get into the tornado warning? I think that is quite likely in Fargo. It's dark in southwestern Minnesota. Yep. It's getting dark in St. Cloud. Yes, it is. St. Peter, for sure. Again, Fargo will probably get in on it. Wilmer, I think it's already over for you. Sioux City is in heavy rain and wind. Sioux City, Iowa, heavy rain and wind. Can you drop the radar to see what's going on in North Dakota? Yep. Sorry, I was looking at storm reports. Let's get back to where the warnings are. Here you are. So you can see the warnings are just south of Fargo, everything moving that direction. So, yep, I think Fargo will get in on it. Wilmer, it's all over in Wilmer. You had a 71 mile per hour gust in Wilmer, and it is over in Wilmer. Let's see here. Storm is supposed to be reaching St. Cloud soon. Yes, you have a warning over there. Let's switch radars. Okay, let's take a look at St. Cloud because a lot of people watching from there. Big line heading your direction. You got about 5-10 minutes. 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and the line is moving at 75 miles per hour. Waite Park, St. Joseph. Right about now. Funk Soul Brother. Sartell, Annandale, Browerville around 735. Little Falls, Maple Lake, Royalton, and Rice around 740. So yes, St. Cloud, it's coming. The Paynesville Airport reported a 67 mile per hour gust. West St. Paul, you got a while yet. How can I send videos of the storm to you? Just tag us on Twitter at SevereStudios. Tag us on Twitter at SevereStudios if you want to send videos. I'm in St. Cloud. I'm not in St. Cloud. I'm in Sartell. Well, I believe I just said Sartell a second ago. Yep. So Sartell around 7:35. It is not a tornado warning for St. Cloud, but it doesn't matter. Could be 90-mile-an-hour winds. It's not going to matter. The tornado warning, though, is off to the west, as you can see there, the red polygon over here. Tornado warning is over here by Spring Hill. Okay? St. Cloud, nothing right now, but the winds are coming. WCCO posted a photo of a flipped semi near Alexandria. Yes, that is possible. And is there anything near Waseca, Minnesota? Absolutely. There is. Absolutely there is stuff by Waseca. But you're kind of on the south side of the line here. So probably, let's see here. The gusty winds are going to be 25 miles west of Waseca. Hopefully, we don't have to get into anything super crazy. Let's see here. I do want to take a break, but I want to give old Mankato a call. Let's give Mankato a call and just make sure that we've at least attempted a second coverage in Mankato for our radio station partners in Mankato, Minnesota. Because the winds are just about there. Hey, it's Corey.
Oh, hey, Corey. We'll give an update here in just a minute, okay?
Oh, yep. Sounds good. Thank you.
1 second. Bethany baseball and softball. Baseball in Roseville at the UMAC tournament. Follow Bethany baseball and softball.
Okay, so Mankato Radio Group getting set to do an update here to talk about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Thankfully tonight, they're on the end of the line.
Corey from SevereStudios on the line with us. Corey, what's going on?
Well, we've got a big line of thunderstorms that are severe with straight line winds, basically stretching from St. Cloud to just west of Mankato. Now, fortunately tonight, the Mankato area is on the very tail end of these storms. Now, that doesn't mean that you couldn't get some gusty winds, but we've had reports of 100 mile per hour winds back into portions of western Minnesota, southwestern Minnesota tonight. Extensive damage across eastern South Dakota and portions of southwestern Minnesota. For the Mankato area, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. The winds are expected to be around 60 miles per hour, and that line of storms is just west of Mankato now, moving through Nicollet, heading towards St. Peter, toward Arlington, in Gaylord right now, New Auburn and Green Isle. So Sibley and Nicollet and Blue Earth counties under severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, this is the tail end of things, and it's not going to be as bad as it was further west, but still bad enough, Alex.
All right, thank you so much, Corey. Yeah, looking at this, you're right. It looks like we are kind of on the tail end of these, and they're moving to the northeast. But what's kind of crazy about it is it seems like they've been extending these warnings well in advance. Is that just because they're moving so fast?
It's because they're moving so fast, and it's also because the gust front, where those strong winds are going to start, are about a half a county out in front of the rain. So if you're just looking at the precip, the actual wind right now is running right along 111 from Gaylord to Nicollet, and then running just west of Mankato down to Amboy. So there's a little tiny line. You can see it if you're looking at a good radar picture. There's a little line out in front of the precipitation. That's where the wind is. So the wind is in Glencoe, Gaylord, Nicollet, and is just about to come into Mankato now.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I do see that on the radar here. It almost looks like a little precipitation, but that's really the wind line. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's dust and
just because it's so severe, it shows up on radar.
yeah, it's dust and wind and bugs and all sorts of little sticks and leaves and whatever else can get up into the air, and that's what you're seeing in that little thin line out in front. That actually marks the wind. So the wind has outrun the rain by about 10 miles.
Wow, that's incredible. So really, even though the precipitation really is in the New Ulm-Adelia area, over in between Lake Crystal and Mankato and Nicollet and stuff, that's where the wind is. So yeah, okay, very important. Make sure you brace for that very soon because it looks like it's coming in. Well, thank you so much, Corey, for that update, and keep us in the loop.
Will do, and a 58-mile-per-hour gust was just reported at the New Ulm Airport. So 50 to 60, not out of the question with this line.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Corey.
Yep.
That's Corey Hartman from Severe's.
All right. So our radio partners in Mankato are handled. And hopefully our radio partners in Owatonna don't need to be bothered, but we'll have to see what happens as things move further eastward. All right, so it is 7:35. Corey Hartman with you. SevereStudios weather coverage will continue in about 5 minutes. So at 7:40, I will be back. So it'll just be, well, hang on. Hang on 1 second. I want to hit the tornado warnings, and then I'm also going to do something else while I'm gone. Okay, so I'm getting something ready to go here. Well, let's go back. Let's just slide up the line here. See how strong these winds are? That is picking up bugs and dust and God knows what west of the Twin Cities. And again, these warnings here say 70 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour. This whole line, the National Weather Service in Chanhassen says 70 mile per hour winds from St. Cloud to Mankato, moving east. 70 miles per hour. 70 mile per hour wind gust was reported in, looks like Cold Spring or Richmond. 67 mile per hour gust at the Paynesville Airport. A new severe thunderstorm warning for the Little Falls area, Morrison and Todd, 70 miles per hour. A possible tornado here near Clarissa in Todd County. Nobody really in the path there. Rural areas north of Clarissa. Lots of lakes and stuff there, so if you're out on the lakes north of Clarissa, east of Eagle Bend, possible tornado there. Possible tornado back here toward Fergus Falls. That looks like that's ending. And a possible tornado. That just come out? Sure did. New tornado warning near Avon. Tornado warning near Avon, Minnesota. Rotation is right near Collegeville. Okay, looks like the rotation may have just ended. So these are little spin-ups, little kinks in the line. Remember the kinks in the line from last night? Well, we've got them. And, whoops, that is not, there we go. Okay. So tornado possibly here near Avon, which is right along I-94, northwest of St. Cloud. That's moving northward, mostly rural areas there as well. Holdingford and St. Stephen, kind of between Holdingford and St. Stephen, Minnesota. Okay. Here in just a bit, we're going to get all new warnings coming out for portions of the Minneapolis Metro. Probably get warnings stretching down here toward La Center and Waseca. A whole new batch of warnings is going to come out here. I'm going to leave the radar up right where it's at so you can see everything. Let's check on Sioux City here real quick just to make sure nothing uber crazy. Sioux Falls as well. 70 in ping pong. 70 and $50 size. So these warnings down here, south of Sioux Falls, east of Sioux City, Lamar's, Iowa, Storm Lake, Orange City, 70 miles per hour, and ping pong ball hail. Okay. Back to Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. Again, I'm going to leave this up, and I'm going to take a break, and I will be back at 7:45 with more.
This is a dangerous situation. These storms are producing widespread wind damage. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central and west central Minnesota. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul, on a frequency of 162.550 megahertz, serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 7:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 211 remains in effect until midnight Friday, and now includes the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Bryce, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado Watch number 211 remains in effect until midnight Friday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Bryce, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. for western Wright, Meeker, western Benton, northwestern Sherburne, southern Todd, Stearns, and southwestern Morrison counties. At 7:24 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Long Prairie to near Uppsala to near Avon to Dassel, moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. These severe storms will be near Waite Park, St. Joseph, Collegeville, Holdingford, and Uppsala around 7:30 p.m. Sartell, Annandale, Browerville, and Flensburg around 7:35 p.m. Little Falls, Maple Lake, Royalton, and Rice around 7:40 p.m. This is a dangerous situation. These storms are producing widespread wind damage now inside a sturdy structure, and a tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central and west. This is weather radio station frequency of 162. Not much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 7:43 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Tornado Watch number 211 Friday, and now includes the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Bryce, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, Persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado watch number 211 remains for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Bryce, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons change in weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. for western Wright, western Sherburne, southern Todd, Stearns, and southwestern Morrison counties. At 7:24 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Long Prairie to near Uppsala to near Avon to Dassel, moving north. The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Hennepin County, Wright County, Eastern Meeker County, Sibley County, Scott County, Western Anoka County, McLeod County, Southern Sherburne County, Carver County, until 8:45 p.m. At 7:44 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Montrose to Green Isle to near Lee Sewer, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Severe thunderstorms will be near Buffalo around 7:50 p.m. Delano around 7:55 p.m. Belle Plaine, Rockford, and Cologne around 8 p.m. New Prague, Jordan, Medina, Independence, and Maple Plain around 8:05 p.m. Maple Grove, St. Michael, Otsego, Rogers, and Corcoran around 8:10 p.m. Plymouth around 8:15 p.m. Minneapolis, Brooklyn Park, Shakopee, Brooklyn Center, and Savage around 8:20 p.m. Coon Rapids, Burnsville, Fridley, Columbia Heights, and Spring Lake Park around 8:25 p.m. Wind damage with these storms will occur before any rain or lightning. Do not wait for the sound of thunder before taking cover. Seek shelter immediately inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for south central, central, and east central Minnesota. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. for western Wright, Meeker, western Benton, northwestern Sherburne, southern Todd, Stearns, and southwestern Morrison counties. At 7:24 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Long Prairie to near Uppsala to near Avon to Dassel, moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. These severe storms will be near Waite Park, St. Joseph, Collegeville, Holdingford, and Uppsala around 7:30 p.m. Sartell, Annandale, Browerville, and Flensburg around 7:35 p.m. Little Falls, Maple Lake, Royalton, and Rice around 7:40 p.m. This is a dangerous situation. These storms are producing widespread wind damage. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. A tornado watch remains in effect until midnight for central and west central Minnesota. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. on a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 7:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For the Twin Cities metropolitan area, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. for the following county, Wright, Minnesota. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 8:45 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota, Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, Scott, and Wright. Tornado watch number 211 remains in effect until midnight Friday for the following counties in Minnesota, Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Tornado watch number 211 remains in effect until midnight Friday and now includes the following counties in Minnesota, Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Tornado watch number 211 remains in effect until midnight Friday for the following counties in Minnesota, Anoka, Carver, Chisago, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, Washington, and Wright. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at 7:52. Took a little bit longer for me to finish up dinner there. Thanks again to Dave Grant, who brought that over to me, I think like an hour and a half ago. But anyway, I think our server completely went down. You know, I need to check that. Can't even find my mouse right now. Should have let the weather radio roll for a little bit longer. Because I have lost most of my streams here. Unless there's just nobody up. Let's take a look at this video again from Kenny Allen from near Howard, South Dakota earlier. These winds are just completely insane. And there is damage all across eastern South Dakota. Look at those winds on the bottom there. There's stuff flying by, corn stalks, chunks of stuff. It gets dark. You can barely see anything. Just crazy. Okay. Excuse me. While we were having our little break here, severe thunderstorm warnings did come out for the Minneapolis area, Hennepin County. And let's see what we've got going on here. This is what you're going to see with these storms as they come in. just like this stuff. And again, the gust front is 10, 15 miles out in front of the line. This is the wind right here. The wind is already in Delano. It's already through Buffalo. It is heading toward Le Center right now, but there's not a warning out currently. So we may be okay on the south side of this line. So let's hope. But this new warning has come out here. This is for Hennepin, Wright, Meeker, Sibley, Scott, Anoka, McLeod, Sherburne, and Carver counties. So multiple counties here in the Minneapolis metro area that have been put under severe thunderstorm warnings. Looks like the only stream that I have right now is John. And he is making his way on gravel roads with, well, there's a big tree down. I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Oof, that is a big, wow, look at that. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see where John is right now. But John is not going to be able to get around that tree. So let's see where John is at, and we'll update his location. He was in Arlington, and I think he was going to head toward Madison. Let's see here. 53 knot wind gust in St. Cloud. That is 61 miles per hour. So 61 mile per hour wind gust as the storms went through St. Cloud. Okay, we'll just say that he's near Madison. So John is near Madison, South Dakota, trying to get there anyway. Big trees down everywhere. He's having to back out. So we'll update his location to Madison on the screen. We just did that. There was a report of a funnel cloud near Waite Park, near Veterans Drive and County Road 120. That was about a half hour ago. Supposedly, a funnel cloud was reported right over Waite Park, between Waite Park and St. Cloud. There is a tornado warning up here. So let's talk about that. Central Benton and Morrison counties, severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado 16 miles north of St. Cloud, moving north at 60. And that's heading toward Buckman, Morrill, I believe it's Piers, and Hillman. Okay. So well north of St. Cloud, tornado warning, and that is moving toward Buckman. Oh, yeah, there's definite rotation there. Definite rotation here between St. Cloud and Buckman. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning surrounding that. 60 mile per hour winds. Gilman, Foley, Princeton, Malacca, Cambridge, and Isanti. So this area here with 60 mile per hour winds. This warning up here says 70 mile per hour winds. So even if you don't get a tornado, you're going to get 70 mile per hour winds in Harding and Lastrop, north of Little Falls. Tornado warning over here by Little Falls. This came out 2 minutes ago. Tornado warning located, possible tornado near Little Falls, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And it's already near Freedom. Or Freedhem, but I'm assuming it's Freedom. So Little Falls, Morrison County, tornado may have come through. Yeah, it may have spun up just east of Little Falls. And we've got this tornado warning here now near Freedom, Minnesota. Okay, so that's that. I got to check one more thing here. Just doing some technical stuff behind the scenes, like always. Trying to get Jordan Hall's live stream back up here. Here we go. Pop in here. Come on. There we go. All right. So I believe Jordan is still in the Brookings area. Yeah, that looks like Brookings. And John Humphress is trying to get to Madison, where there's been tons of damage. Okay, let's see. We've got some other video coming in here. Just doing some housekeeping, here. There's people are sending me stuff left and right. All right, so the risk for damaging winds is decreasing somewhat across the metro area. So there's your good news, people. The damaging wind threat is decreasing a little bit, but still expecting 60 miles per hour. Excuse me. All right, so a 7-inch diameter tree branch is broken near Maine, Minnesota. In Sherburne County, a 42 mile per hour gust. So definitely decreasing there. That's some good news. Worthing, South Dakota, 76 miles per hour. Got to do this a different way because there's so many reports coming in. They're just flying. 70 miles per hour in Laverne, Minnesota. Earlier. 65 miles per hour in Clark County. That's Clark Colony in Spink County, South Dakota. Volga, South Dakota reported 73 miles per hour. 73 miles per hour in White County, White, South Dakota, Brookings County. 58 in Turton, that's Spink County, South Dakota. Big Stone City, a roof was taken off of a building in downtown Big Stone. Possible tornado near Homer, Nebraska around 7 o'clock, about an hour ago. Okay, so there's the very latest as far as warnings are concerned. And for some reason, I cannot get rid of this box. And that's making me upset because now I can't see the rest of the chat. Not sure. Probably just going to have to refresh the page. Oh, I might have gotten logged out, which would explain a whole lot of things here. Sorry, people. Got back from dinner and everything's messed up here. And there's sounds coming in. So a report of damage in Glencoe, Minnesota. Tree branches down on power lines. That's according to emergency management. Trees down on power lines 3 miles northwest of Glencoe. Okay, what else do we got here? Possible tornado happened in Clarissa, Minnesota while you were having dinner. Yeah, well, that's what happens in the 5 minutes. Couple new tornado warnings coming out, including Morrill, Minnesota. Let's see that. Here we are. Morrill, Minnesota, and this is a tornado warning for southeastern Morrison County. Okay, let's see here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Morrill, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And that's the only information on that. (8:06 p.m., Corey Hartman in the SevereStudios Weather Center after a long day of weather coverage and damage across eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota. "12-inch diameter trees down near Milan, Minnesota. 60-mile-per-hour gust, Appleton Airport. Marshall Airport, 78 miles per hour. 75 in Canby. 68 Lake Benton. The Lake Cochrane Recreation Area. This weather sensor here, it's probably not calibrated, but clocked a 102 mile per hour gust at 5:50 this evening, east of Clear Lake, South Dakota. 102. 70 in Gary, South Dakota. Clear Lake, 90. Esteline, 80. And damage to buildings there. Damage across Brookings. Damage in Arlington and Hetland and Lake Preston and DeSmet. Power is basically out just everywhere. So let's take a look at the power outages here. Oof. Yeah. My goodness. Here you go. This is courtesy of poweroutage.us. And look at the power outages. From Beetle County to Minor County. Lake County isn't even the worst. Kingsbury County and Dual County. Then, of course, Hamlin and Coddington, where Watertown is. Bonham County not doing great either. So these are the current power outages in South Dakota. Almost 100% out in some of these counties. 1,200 customers out in Bonham County. 1,700 out in McCook County. 903 out in Minor County, but that's almost the entire county. Okay, they only track 983 customers. 903 of them are out. That's a 92% power outage. Kingsbury County, almost 100% out. Beadle County, almost 100% out. Dual County, almost 100% power outage. Hamlin County is, I'd say, 75%. Coddington County is about half. Lake County, Madison, about 2/3. Let's take a look at Minnesota here. Ooh, man. Lac qui Parle County, almost 100% out. And Stevens County, Minnesota, almost 100% out. Here's Brookings. Here's what Brookings looks like. New storms are forming southwest of Madison, South Dakota, by the way. They're not severe, but you can see them on John Humphress's camera there. All right, back to where the warnings are now, from Aiken to Minneapolis. And we've got this gust front coming in right here. This thin line from Malacca stretching all the way down to New Prague. That's where the winds are. 60 miles per hour, I think, is what that warning said. Yep. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here in the Twin Cities metro. And these are strong to severe storms with 60 mile per hour winds. Hennepin, Wright, Meeker, Sibley, Scott, Anoka, McLeod, Sherburne, and Carver counties. Severe storms moving through Elk River, Anoka, Brooklyn Park, Minnetonka, Shakopee, Prior Lake. That's where the storms are coming in, right here. And this is the wind. The wind is 15, 20 miles out in front of the precipitation. So you're going to get the big gust of wind, probably take down branches and things, and then more wind back here, but not as strong, and just dumping of rain coming through. We were talking about Nebraska earlier. Here's a picture from Columbus, Nebraska, of a tree, pretty big tree, uprooted. Pine tree has fallen on a house. And that is from Melanie McKinney. So that is some damage in Columbus, Nebraska. Just coming in. Sun is starting to set across the Dakotas, and the severe weather risk will hopefully decrease accordingly. Okay. Oh, somebody is knocking on the door. Stand by 1 minute. I don't know who's knocking on the door, but I'm going to go find out. Be right back. All right, live coverage continues here, SevereStudios.com. Again, you're looking at damage in Brookings, South Dakota, massive power outages across most of eastern South Dakota, and a good chunk of western Minnesota here. And on the radar, we have severe thunderstorm warning for the Minneapolis metro area with 60 mile per hour winds possible from New Prague to Shakopee, Minnetonka, Brooklyn Park, Anoka, and just east of Elk River. This thin green-blue line here is actually where the winds are, and then there'll be more winds and more stormage back to the west, and some very heavy rainfall too. But the overall trend is trending down. Okay? The overall trend is trending down with this line here as it moves into eastern portions of Minnesota now, central and eastern Minnesota. There are no warnings back here for Mankato or Waseca or Owatonna or Faribault. None of these areas have warnings at this time. The tail end really dried up. So that is good. And we're actually going to let my radio stations in Owatonna know that. There are more storms back by the Sioux Falls area, Worthington, Laverne. This is kind of round number 2 for these areas here. Let's see. Current severe thunderstorm warning back here in southwestern Minnesota for many counties: Lyon, Osceola, Rock, Jackson, Nobles, Murray, Cottonwood, Pipestone, and Minnehaha County, South Dakota. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9 p.m. Severe thunderstorms with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail located from Jasper to Sibley, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So there's going to be another round of storms moving through Slayton and Wilmot and Worthington and Windham. So, again, half-dollar-size hail, that's about 1.25 inches size, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms. This is going to be a second round coming through a lot of the same areas that already had severe weather today, had severe weather yesterday, had severe weather back on Sunday and Monday. There's just been multiple rounds here in portions of Minnesota, and now kind of another round starting in the southwestern corner of the state. And that has been kind of moving through here for a while. There is a pretty good thunderstorm here just south of Madison, South Dakota. You're looking at that live on your screen on John Humphress stream. And John is seeing quite a bit of lightning. That's just a great looking shot. Lot of rain there, but of course, as people are trying to clean up in Madison, South Dakota, there's roofs off and all sorts of things. Last thing they need is more thunderstorm activity coming in. But again, you're looking at that in the bottom right corner of the live stream there from John Humphress, and big bolt of lightning right there. So if you want to watch John stream full stream, by the way, you can go over to SevereStudios.com and watch that. In the top right corner, you've got damage, what looks like significant damage in the city of Brookings, South Dakota. A big building, looks like maybe a storage building of some sort, completely obliterated. Metal, the whole thing is down, the roof's down, the walls are down, everything's down there in Brookings, South Dakota. And there were reports of 80 to 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts earlier this afternoon across eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota. There are power poles down for hundreds of miles. There are gigantic trees down that have taken out cable and internet. Without the power, if you don't have a generator at a cell phone tower, all the cell phone connections are going down. So there is just massive destruction across eastern South Dakota and southwestern Minnesota here this afternoon. And again, another round going through Laverne and Worthington, Minnesota, heading up towards Slayton and Jackson and Windham, Minnesota here tonight. And of course, that's the absolute last thing that we want to see is any more storms back in this area where it's going to take weeks to clean up and repair what has gone through eastern South Dakota here tonight. Let's see. A 94 mile per hour wind gust was reported at Madison, Minnesota earlier tonight. But now as the storms are getting closer to Minneapolis, again, thankfully, they are trending downward. And the wind gust in Dayton, Minnesota, just a minute ago, was only 53 miles per hour. So thankfully, this line of storms is starting to lose its intensity Doesn't mean you still couldn't get some branches down or, a few shingles ripped off, but certainly not like what was seen in the western part of the state and back into parts of South Dakota earlier this evening. So let's just take this from the top to the bottom here, and we're going to start off. First of all, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in the Fargo area, just in case you hadn't heard about that. Severe thunderstorm warning in portions of Fargo and Detroit Lakes and over toward Park Rapids. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for, let's see here, Clay, Hubbard, Wadena, Norman, Ottertail, Wilkin, Mahnomen, Becker, Clearwater, Cass, and Trail counties. All of those counties, 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with those storms moving through there, basically along US 10 from Fargo over toward Park Rapids and Wadena. Then a big severe thunderstorm warning here, and we got to keep switching radars because everything is kind of in the middle of the radar zones here. So Brainerd to Aitkin to Grand Rapids, a severe thunderstorm warning. Itasca, Aitkin, Cass, Pine, Carlton, and Crow Wing counties until 9:15. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here. If you are in Cross Lake, Aitkin, Garrison, McGrath, McGregor, seek shelter at this time. Continue to slide down the line. Kennebec County, Mille Lacs County, and Morrison County, all under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 p.m. with 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading toward Onamia and Page and Mora, Minnesota. A little bit further down to the south, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45, or about another 25 minutes here, for Mille Lacs, Isanti, Benton, and Sherburne counties. Severe thunderstorms with 60-mile-per-hour winds right in Princeton and Zimmerman, heading eastward toward Day and Cambridge and the town of Isanti. And then we're back to the metro area. Severe thunderstorm warning for Meeker County is over, but it continues for Hennepin, Wright, Sibley, Scott, Anoka, McLeod, Sherburne, and Carver counties. And again, these are the Weather Service saying 60-mile-per-hour winds in and around the west metro here. But again, the overall trend, at least on this bottom part of the line here, you can see how everything's kind of breaking apart. The trend is downward, and that is a good thing to see. 1 mile west of Shakopee, just a little bit ago, a 67-mile-per-hour gust was recorded. And again, in Dayton, Minnesota, a 53-mile-per-hour gust. So there are some isolated 65-mile-per-hour gusts in this line. So I'm not saying let your guard down. I'm just saying the overall trend is on a downward trajectory here. Let's see here. We've got just pictures left, right, and all over of grain bins down and grain elevators and sheet metal buildings ripped apart. All across South Dakota, southwest of Sioux Falls, northwest of Sioux Falls. The shelf cloud and the dust storm that moved through Sioux Falls, South Dakota, absolutely looked like it was the end of the world coming. I'm going to show you that picture again from Sioux Falls from 229 and Rice Street. And this was sent to our SevereStudios meteorologist, Sean Cable, earlier tonight. Sean tweeted this out on this guy's behalf, and there it is. So that would be, I mean, that's a scary sight. And there's stuff blowing by. There's hail in there. There's torrential rainfall, dust, debris, sticks and twigs and rocks and everything that can be picked up possible and then blown right over the top of where you're driving on I-229. So a scary sight earlier tonight, and lots of damage is being reported across pretty much the entire region here. So again, line of severe thunderstorms approaching the Twin Cities area. There again are pockets of 60-mile-per-hour winds in there, but the overall trend is hopefully on a downward slide here, and don't kind of have that smooth front edge anymore with these winds. So when we see things kind of break apart, that's what we like. We want to see this whole thing fall apart before it gets into Minneapolis, as we had a pretty rough night in the Twin Cities last night. major tree damage in Minneapolis last night. Cars were stalling out. There was flooding everywhere. And we don't really want a repeat of that tonight, if at all possible. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning out for Anoka County, Hennepin County, Scott County, and areas back to the west. Again, Princeton and Cambridge still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Mora, Onamia under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then further north, as we get up to areas between Brainerd and Grand Rapids, severe thunderstorm warning there with 70-mile-per-hour winds. Let's check out what's going on around the rest of the state and around the rest of the country. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds kind of starting back up here. Laverne and Worthington and Wilmot, Minnesota. And this warning, again, is for a whole bunch of counties. Osceola, Iowa, up to Pipestone, Minnesota. Murray, Nobles, Jackson County, and extreme southwestern Cottonwood County. And again, this is $50 size hail, 1.25 inches, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If you're in Edgerton to Worthington to Slayton or Brewster, seek shelter at this time. I'm being handed a note. We are heading out. Some friends stopped by to say hi and see the madness here. And you can use whatever door you like. See you guys later. Okay. Chat with me. Tell me what happened in the fireworks meeting. Okay. So I was supposed to be at a meeting for some fireworks 4th of July celebration tonight and could not make that because of this continuous live coverage that's been going since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, about 5 hours or so now. Okay, so again, $50 size hail, 70 miles per hour here, Worthington, Slayton, Pipestone. Okay. Let's go back to the Nebraska area. And near Hastings, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. There we go. And we had a gust to 59 miles per hour in Hastings. And this is moving northeastward with 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's hauling too. It's moving 70 miles per hour. So Giltner, Harvard, Stockham, Aurora, and Henderson are in the path of this storm near Hastings, Nebraska. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back in the Minneapolis metro. We'll get to that here in just a second. Strong storm stretched down here to east of Red Cloud. Now we're into Kansas. There's a storm southwest of Osborne, Kansas, in Rooks and Osborne County. Always get severe storms down in this area, especially this time of year. Rooks and Osborne County, Kansas. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And there's a storm south of Hayes, west of La Crosse and Rush Center, and that is probably quarter and actually $50 size and 60. $50 and 60 here in Kansas. There is a severe thunderstorm watch stretches all the way back down there. All right, so that's Nebraska and Kansas. Let's get back to Minneapolis, shall we? Okay, this is for the eastern side of the metro now. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, Dakota, Chisago, Anoka, Washington, and Ramsey. Dakota, Chisago, Anoka, Washington, and Ramsey counties in eastern Minnesota until 9:15. So that's 45 minutes till 9:15 in eastern portions of the Minneapolis metro area. A gust front moving through at about 50 miles per hour and winds to 67 miles per hour were reported in Shakopee. We told you about that, so they've decided to extend the warning. So it hasn't fallen apart enough yet, I guess, but I'm seeing some big holes here in this line. So again, the overall trend is downward, but the warnings are going to continue all the way across the Minneapolis metro area for this little line you can see going right through here, and that is where the gust front is. The winds have outrun the storm by 30 miles, but there still could be gusts 50, 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour in tiny little pockets. But it's not that straight line that we were seeing earlier. So as storms go through, that's what you're going to see. All right. Kenny Allen is back on the phone here from eastern South Dakota, where major damage has happened here tonight. And Kenny, how are things in Madison and surrounding areas? I know there's been some significant damage.
Yeah, I've been out surveying and visiting with family and friends, and I do believe that we had a small tornado go through the southwest side of Madison tonight. I've assessed the damage, and we have 2x4s thrown through buildings that, looks just like tornado circulation went through there. Houses completely destroyed on the southwest side of Madison, along with a few businesses. Other places in Madison, a lot of straight line wind damage, where we have trees that are snapped in the direction of the wind that was blowing, lots of roofs off. My aunt has a tree in the middle of her living room. She went to the basement just moments before a giant tree smashed through her house, and she is okay. So far, I have no reports of any deaths or major injuries, but there are a number of people that have lost their homes tonight in Madison and the surrounding area that have lost entire structures, not only just roofs, but entire structures. The tree damage is extensive. Power pole damage is extensive. The local power company is reporting that there's approximately 40,000 square miles currently without power in southeast South Dakota. We are in a state of emergency here in Lake County. They're asking for no travel. As the sun goes down, a new thunderstorm is rolling in right now. It is not severe, but it is pouring rain again, lightning, and some pea-sized hail right now in Madison as the storm comes up from the southwest again. So just adding to more problems that we have here. No power, no internet. It's probably going to be days before we can get everything restored here in Madison and Lake County. And from what I'm hearing from some of the surrounding counties, they're also experiencing the same problems. So just keep southeast South Dakota in your prayers and thoughts tonight. Try to stay home if you can. Hunker down, get your battery packs, get your candles, and just do what you can. And they're also asking in Lake County not to feed your homes with the generators because that sends power back onto the lines. Just hook up individual appliances, please, because they're trying to get all these live wires that are laying all over town picked up and moved so everyone could be safe. But live from Madison tonight, I can tell you it is some of the worst damage I've ever seen in my 40 years of living in southeast South Dakota. So it's a very unfortunate thing that's happening in Madison tonight and in all of Lake County.
Yeah, I'm looking at the power outage map, and believe it or not, Lake County is not the hardest hit. There's almost 100% power outage in Minor, Kingsbury, and Beadle counties. There's almost zero power in any of those counties right now. Lake County, about 2,000 customers out of 3,600 that are tracked that are out. So it's bad everywhere, basically in eastern South Dakota.
Yeah, and I worry too. We've had a lot of rain in the last few days. We have a lot of localized street flooding happening right now. We had 3.5 to 4 inches of rain yesterday in Lake County, and now tonight we've had another couple inches come through here. So, we go from one extreme to the next in South Dakota. We had 2 years of flooding in 2019 and 2020, and then we had 2 years of drought, and now we're kicking off this year with straight line winds and small tornadoes and microcirculations that move through here and just ravages town again. Just unfortunate. I do have some pictures and videos up on my Facebook. I have not been able to tweet. I don't know why. Twitter's not uploading tonight. The cellular service here is very slow. As you can imagine, the whole entire town, that's the only thing we have is our cell sites are on battery backup and generators. Everything else is out, so we have no forms of communication. So, the internet is just overloaded on the cellular towers tonight. So trying to get some video and pictures out for everyone to see what's going on here. But it's a mess, and it's going to take a long time to clean up.
What are the temperatures like now that the storms have rolled through? Is it still hot and humid, or what's the sleeping going to be like tonight with no power?
Yeah, it's currently 68 and very humid, and it's raining right now. So, I'm sure it's going to cool off after this last round of storms. I'm hoping this is the last round of rain and storms to come through. for tonight because it is just, so many people have shingles off. They have portions of the roof off, and all that water is going to drain right into their house and damage. I'm currently driving down the street right now where I can see multiple trees hanging from power lines. People have come out and tried to cut them down, but they're trying to stay safe as well. We don't want people out there trying to move power lines by themselves. Just leave the trees, stay away from the power lines. Wait until the authorities can get there. But the authorities are overloaded. We have a Red Cross shelter has been opened at our community center in Madison. The operations center is at the city armory and the police department, where we're coordinating all the emergency response tonight into tomorrow and through the weekend. As a dad, I have a 17-year-old senior daughter that's supposed to graduate this weekend on Sunday, and they've already called off school for tomorrow. Graduation's probably going to be postponed because of the state of the city. And I know our personal graduation party for our daughter is going to probably have to be postponed, as we have no estimate of how long it's going to take to repair all these lines in town, along with all the damage we saw outside of town too. Communities like Ramona, Junius, Howard, Canova, Rutland, and a number of farmsteads we went by with major damage too. Just lines down everywhere. It all has to be repaired before they can bring it back online. So it's going to be a long couple days.
Kenny, I'm currently scrolling through your Facebook pictures that you have posted, and that blue house just demolished.
Yeah, that's family by my in-laws and my in-laws. Everybody knows everybody here, and we're all related somehow. That is the Mader family. They own Jack's Service, and the Maders have a couple houses along there. Kim Kern family and a few others. They lost their houses tonight. They're completely destroyed, along with the businesses along the southwest part of town. And that damage looks like tornado damage to me. I don't believe that to be straight line winds. A couple of the witnesses told me that they heard it swirling. Earlier in the night when we were in Canova, we watched multiple funnels come down, and we thought we saw some microcirculations within the embedded line before it hit us, and we followed it back. So, the National Weather Service did issue tornado warnings for a reason, because they saw that low-level circulation on radar. And, from a couple of people I've talked to, they believe that there were tornadoes embedded in there. That kind of damage where you see 2x4s thrown through buildings and things of that sort, that's usually caused by circulation, not a straight line wind. The trees, being stripped off and damaged in the direction of wind verifies our 80 to 100 mile an hour gust front that we had that came along with it. But the National Weather Service is going to have to come up here and do some surveys. But you won't be able to tell me that we didn't have a small tornado go through the southwest part of Madison tonight after the damage I've seen on that part of town.
There were reports of over 90 mile per hour winds at the Madison airport and also over in Wentworth. I'm looking at the picture here. Is that the sign that your community people just put up in your park right across the street from you?
Yep. There's a number of signs down all around town tonight, including on my street. At my own house, I have good portions of my trees down, a portion of my trees on my neighbor's house, another trees on my other neighbor's house. My antenna was ripped off my roof. I have broken glass in my backyard from a bunch of stuff. We have very little damage compared to some of our friends and family, but they're just parts of town, especially the west side of town, where we saw multiple buildings destroyed, and then 2 blocks northeast, another building destroyed, and another block northeast, another building destroyed. So it kind of makes me feel like there was a embedded tornado in there, along with the gust front, and it just hit that small portion of town where there's more damage. Fun fact, I just went by the airport where they had the 100 mile an hour winds reported. Not very much damage on that part of town. There's some trees down, a few shingles lifted, things of that sort, but nothing compared to the west side of town. So yeah, I mean, trees on cars, trees on houses, just a mess.
All right, that's Kenny Allen reporting live from Madison tonight. We've been looking at some of his pictures of just really catastrophic damage in parts of eastern South Dakota. The Madison area did not fare very well. What part of town was this blue house? Was that south?
Yep, southwest part of town.
Yeah.
A junction, Highway 34 and 81 junction, southwest of Pete's Ranch.
Yep.
And as you go north of Pizza Ranch there, and one stop, the gas station, there's more buildings that were destroyed on northwest 9th Street and Highway 81. So, yeah, it was on the western part of town. We're also hearing reports of tipped over equipment and damage out of Prairie Village, which is closer to Lake Herman. We had a friend who had her windows blown out of her car when she was trying to get home, lost some windows at their house out of the lake. There's a lot of reports of that, a lot of broken windows, a lot of roof damage, and of course tree damage, just so much tree damage.
All right, Kenny. Well, obviously all of us are pulling for everyone in eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota here tonight. Hope the power comes back on, and it's going to take a while to clean up. But as you and I both know, people of South Dakota, they'll get it done. 1,000 people show up tomorrow in Madison. You just watch.
They're already out, and until it started raining again, they were out trying to clean up what they could. And I actually recommended to a few people, hey, just let it sit till morning. Let's get pictures and videos so you can get assessments for your insurance, and they can do some storm damage surveys to see what actually happened here, because if you start pulling everything out and pulling it down and putting it in piles, it's hard to tell exactly what kind of winds threw 2x4s through, and I never like seeing that. You got 2x6s and 2x4s, like they look like they're straight missiles just pounded right through buildings. Unbelievable.
All right. Well, you get some sleep if you can, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, and I'm sure the light of day will bring even more damage, and we'll continue to cover this. Kenny Allen, live in Madison, South Dakota, Lake County. Thanks again for all the reporting tonight, bud.
Thank you.
All right. There again was Kenny Allen, SevereStudios co-founder. I'm Corey Hartman. It is 8:42 p.m., and we have had a very, very long day of severe weather across the region here, from eastern South Dakota, portions of eastern Nebraska, portions of southeastern North Dakota, and of course northwest Iowa and western and central Minnesota. The good news here is, as we look on the radar, it looks like things are really decaying, really falling apart in the Minneapolis area. And hopefully we do not get any more reports. And the National Weather Service is not planning on issuing any additional warnings into Wisconsin. So once again, there are no additional warnings being planned at this time east of the Twin Cities. So as this kind of decreases here, we are going to hopefully see a downtrend, a very quick downtrend in the severe weather potential here in the Twin Cities. As I clean up some notes and I clean up my Culver's dinner. All right, let's look at the chat room here for a little bit. Dark wall on 494 in the Twin Cities. Yep, I believe that. Good night, PLCC. Thanks for being in. Melanie, Red Cross. Yep, the Red Cross in South Dakota is fantastic. They will be on scene. If you have pictures and videos, you can tag us on Twitter at SevereStudios. Let's see. Did the gust front die off in the south? Yes. Yes. Just got back from the tornado shelter here in St. Cloud. And lucky things are okay. Well, that's good to hear. Zachary had Culver's for lunch. You betcha, Butterburger Central. Why the downtrend for MSP? I think it's just outrunning the energy. Sun's going down. Storms were there this morning, so there's already some energy used up. Probably a million reasons why the storms are downtrending in Minneapolis, but I don't have time to look at the numbers right now. But thank goodness that there doesn't appear to be 100-mile-an-hour winds in the metro, because that's even worse in a metro area. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter if we're talking about Winfred, South Dakota, or Minneapolis, Minnesota. Still people, they still live there, and they still deserve to get the warnings, get the information, and get some help, too. So the help part, we can't forget about that. So let's see here. I believe our streams are ending for the night. Some great Mamadas shots here. Oh, no, John's still live. Live Mamadas here on John Humphress camera. Let's go ahead and pull him up full here. And while we do that, we'll remind you to subscribe to the SevereStudios YouTube channel and hit the bell. And we will be doing more severe coverage as needed. Hopefully, this is it for a little while, because at some point I got to do some real work. Yeah, plenty of other stuff to do. But this was important today, and a lot of places that I've either lived or worked or storm chased in the last 2 days have gotten hit by severe weather. And I've lived all over this place, from Mitchell to Minneapolis. So we have seen damage and destruction, and I hate seeing that in towns that I have friends in, towns that I have former coworkers in, people that I know from this entire upper Midwest region here and Northern Plains, and you just hate to see the damage. But hopefully, it sounds like there's no injuries. I have no idea how with these winds, but it seems like no injuries that I've heard of so far. Certainly no deaths. But the power outages are, they're just stacking up. They're just stacking up. Every time I refresh the page, more and more power outages in eastern portions of South Dakota and in western portions of Minnesota. These dark red squares here, Beetle, Kingsbury, Minor, McCook, and Bonham counties, these darker colors, and then up here toward even Hamlin, Coddington, and Dual, that's almost 100% power outage. Okay? So 60 to 100% power is out in eastern South Dakota, and that is going to take some time. And as we look at Minnesota, similar thing here. Almost 100% power out in Lac-Qui-Parle County. And Chippewa, Swift, and Stevens not doing much better. Okay, and then, just scattered outages, all over the place, There's 11,000 in Otter Tail. So 1,600 in Grant County, almost 1,000 in Rock County. So, there are outages. There's people in the dark tonight. So unless we get any new video or anything else, we are going to start trending down our coverage here. Whoops. Well, another reminder to hit that button for me. Didn't mean to play that again, but here we are. Just doing some cleanup here. Probably will wrap things up around 9 unless something really goofy happens here. Let's see. Again, some modest clouds near Madison, South Dakota from John Humphress. Stevens County, Minnesota. We talked about Stevens County just a bit ago with warnings, or I'm sorry, with power outages. 7,500 people without power in Stevens County, Minnesota. A grain silo I want to make sure I get this right. So a grain silo was destroyed. Grain silo was destroyed in Stevens County, Minnesota, near Alberta. And, well, sadly, I think I spoke too soon. Emergency management now reporting in Candiota County, Minnesota, that a grain bin fell on an occupied car, resulting in one fatality. That was near Blomkest. Candiota County, that's the county that Wilmer, Minnesota is in. And again, emergency management there just reporting at 7 o'clock tonight that a grain bin fell over onto an occupied car, and we do have one fatality tonight. Not the news that we wanted. I was kind of surprised that we hadn't heard of anything like that. And I think we'll probably hear more. Hopefully we don't hear more, but we'll probably hear more as the night goes on, as TV stations get out to report things, and as emergency management sends reports into the National Weather Service. So one more time, near Blomkest, Minnesota, Candiota County, the county that Wilmer is in. Let's go back there and look where that is at. So Wilmer is right here. And Blomkest, I know we were talking about Blomkest. Okay, it's south of Wilmer. I know we mentioned that town because it's an interesting town name, and Savea and all these. I know we were talking about that area earlier. So, one fatality after a grain bin falls on an occupied car. Wow, look at this new development here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lyon County, Lincoln County, Marshall area. 60 and quarters. 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds here. And we've got 2 shots of Mamatis now into eastern South Dakota. So even after a day like today, yes, it's possible for storms to still be beautiful. With the sun setting and shining on Mamatis clouds. All right, so let's see here. Nope, I did not want to do that. Clicked the wrong thing. Somebody said they sent me a picture of, or video of, the wall of dust in Sioux Falls on Messenger, but I'm not seeing it unless that was on SevereStudios Messenger, which is quite possible. So let's check that out here. Boy, I'm just not seeing it. Okay, well, I'm not sure where you sent that to. And it could just be Facebook being dumb. Does Shakopee have a tornado watch, and should I take cover? No and no. Well, there's a watch, but I don't think you need to take cover right now. Jacob is in Marshall. He says round 2 has arrived. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. I'm going to try to get a hold of our Marshall radio stations one more time just to say I tried. I tried 2 or 3 times earlier. But Marshall Radio does a... Hey, Corey Hartman with SevereStudios.
Hey, Corey. Hi.
As you can hear, they're already doing coverage.
Corey, how are you this evening?
Well, doing all right. I mean, this is another round of severe storms coming through. I mean, I don't think it's got quite the wind punch as what came through earlier, but round number 2 moving through. Yeah, and more hail involved with it. These are more isolated storms, still sucking up some energy. We've got, reports of upwards of quarter size to $half size hail, and those are moving through now. The newest warning that I think you were just reading before I jumped on here was Redwood and Yellow Medicine until 9:30, and the severe thunderstorm near Ghent or Marshall moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Of course, some hail and heavy rain falling in Marshall right now. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Lyon County also until 9:30 tonight. And then further down to the south and east, severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Murray, and Cottonwood County. That also goes till 9:30. And there could be 70 mile per hour winds with that one. So basically from Tracy to Windham, the potential there still, again, for 70 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, we were commenting earlier, Corey, that I don't think I can ever remember this many counties being involved in severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, whatever the warning may be. I don't ever remember a time of having a line of storms this big as far as distance is concerned.
Yeah, the storm that went through earlier this afternoon, I mean, that was stretching for probably 700 miles from tip to tip. And the National Weather Service was issuing gigantic warning boxes out in front of there. And so, yeah, we'd have, 10, 12 counties at one time under severe thunderstorm warnings, basically saying, the entire area needed to seek shelter. Fortunately, these boxes are a little bit smaller and the storms are a little more compact, and it's not a gigantic line of wind like we saw earlier this afternoon.
So in your opinion, after these storms roll through, what can we expect for the rest of the evening? Should it be quiet, or could we see some redevelopment?
No, I think this is the redevelopment. I think you are seeing that right now. Temperatures off to the west have already fallen into the low 60s. So it is currently in the process of eating up that heat and humidity, and this should be, hopefully, the last round for the southwestern Minnesota area for the evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Corey. If you get anything else, feel free to give us a call.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
All right. Corey checking in from SevereStudios, of course, one of our great partners throughout the last few years that definitely helped us out. The latest one that he...
Okay, so we got through to Marshall that time. I wish we could have gotten through earlier, but again, what I was going to say was the Marshall radio group does a fantastic job of covering weather without me. They don't necessarily need me to bring the action. So that's a good thing. You're in good hands if you live in southwestern Minnesota. with those stations there. That's KMHL and Cars and KKCK and that whole group. Fantastic operators there. Back to Minneapolis. We're done. Done and done, I believe. We had a 58 mile per hour gust at Crystal Airport. 67 earlier, so you can see it was trending downward. Gust front now is from Northfield to Pine City. And so that line is done. So now we've got this new line here from Marshall to Armstrong, Iowa. So we're going to have to see what this one does. I thought we were just about ready to wrap things up here. And no go. Although this doesn't look, I don't know. This bottom part down here kind of looks like what just evaporated in the metro. So again, this warning for Cottonwood County says 70 mile per hour. Down here in Emmett County, Iowa, that says 60 miles per hour. By Marshall, it says 60. And by Redwood and Granite Falls, 60. So the strongest winds right now are expected in the Windham, Minnesota area. Still some storms down here on the Kansas-Nebraska border and into portions of Kansas. But we're kind of concentrating here on these. I am seeing some pretty good wind here with this storm in Cottonwood County. So again, a new line of thunderstorms has kind of formed. You can see that on the big radar here as we're looping things. See how we were pretty much done? Here we had the big line come through, and I thought we were done. And then the new stuff started forming down by Sioux City, and now we've got a whole new line here from Marshall to Algona, Iowa. Again, Marshall and Windham, Mountain Lake, Jackson, Esterville, Emmetsburg, Iowa. It's not as crazy as the one that went through earlier. I mean, let's back up the radar. Let's look at this thing. I mean, what went through earlier was something completely different. And this is what went through earlier. There's Madison and DeSmet and the winds that were there. Yeah, that was a lot crazier. So that was earlier tonight. That was around 5 o'clock. And then we zoom to current time. And I mean, they're still dark red. Talking with my radio station guy in Owatonna, who is hoping to go to bed and get some rest because everybody is worn out from these warnings and storms, and I can't blame him there. So here's a picture from Castlewood, South Dakota, coming in from Alex Resel. If I can make my computer do what I want it to do. Here we go. So another big building here in Castlewood, South Dakota. This is a destroyed garage building on the east side of Castlewood, South Dakota, and emergency personnel not letting anybody else in. So, let's see. It looks like we just got a new warning for Brown and Redwood counties. Brown and Redwood is right here. Wabasso, Springfield, Lamberton, Morgan, and Sleepy Eye. Looks like Jordan is in Sioux Falls now. And John Humphress still says Madison, which might be correct. But Jordan Hall it looks like Sioux Falls. That's what I typed in, so I hope I can't see it looks like he's getting off on 41st Street, but I could be completely wrong. Or maybe on Russell. Maple. Yep. Okay. Definitely in Sioux Falls off of Maple. Okay. So Jordan's in Sioux Falls, and I think John Humphreys is still in Madison. Let's see what people have been tagging me in. More damage pictures from Castlewood. Wow. Wow. Allergies are starting to kick in. I can tell I haven't had my allergy pill for a while. Okay, so more damage from Castlewood, South Dakota. House in the background. Damaged. Big, gigantic tree. Huge tree. All right, sorry about that. We definitely had some trolls in the chat and some spammers and whatever. And hopefully I've gotten all of them. I apologize for all of that. I'm not sure who would click on something with whatever, naked XYZ, blah, blah, blah girls. Who's going to click on that? That'll take over your computer and it'll melt down into a pile of spammy mess. Okay, back to the pictures. Castlewood, South Dakota. Lots of big trees down. Ooh. Roof off of something back here and garage demolished. But that is the crazy one there. So a couple questions in the chat. Somebody asks, what does it mean when the sky is green? That's usually an indicator of hail. Sun shining through the hail gives kind of a green tint to everything. And that's usually what green sky means. Somebody just asked if this new line of storms will get to Minneapolis. Gosh, I hope not. I sure hope not. But I guess we'll see. So, yeah. Can tell the chase is over because everybody is chatting it up with me. Talking with John Humphress here, talking about some new equipment that he put in, and his stream was pretty darn decent all day long. So that was good to see. Let's see here. Here's a time lapse of clouds moving over Hamel Park. And I assume that's in Minnesota. Looks like this person signed up on Twitter just to send this to us. So we appreciate that. Let's take it. There you go. Hamel Park. Is that by St. Cloud? Come on. Oh, by Hamel, Minnesota. Got it. Got it. Never heard it called Hamel Park before, so that's fine. Just assuming. Wind gust of 53 miles per hour at the Minneapolis airport. 53. So, yep, definitely decreasing in the wind speed department here tonight. Jordan Hall just posting some new video here. Wow. It looks like the end of time. Well, and we only see 1 second of it. Why is that? I don't know if that uploaded all the way, Jordan. Either that or Twitter's just being dumb, but I mean, just look at the still picture. We don't even need video. We don't even need motion. Just check that out. I mean, that's crazy. Crazy stuff with the wind today. We'll see if we can get that whole video. What's the difference between a haboob and a derecho? Well, a haboob has all the dust. Derecho is just wind and is really just a way to classify a long-term wind event. Jason Reynolds from Wilmer, Minnesota sends us a video. Wow, that's pretty good. Let's check this out. Look at that big old shelf. Yeah. That's usually the leading edge of the wind is where that cloud feature is, that shelf cloud there. Today, the winds were about 10 miles out in front of the line. So let's watch that one more time. Thanks to Jason from Wilmer. No 8. I see your NOH 8. No hate. No hate. Of course. No hate in the chat room. You said you tagged me on Facebook. I can't find it. I'm sorry. I don't know where the video is. I must be dumb or I'm getting tired. But I can't find it, buddy. I don't know. Another video from Wilmer. Or not. See, everything's just done. Here's the Castlewood School. Looks like the roof off, bus barn demolished. Okay, so let's see here. I think it is time to just about wrap things up here. Depends on what happens with these storms in Minnesota. 60 and 60. So 60 mile per hour winds here. Granite Falls to Morgan. Brent was tweeting out our coverage, which is great. There's that little funnel from earlier. Likely tornado near Castlewood. That may have caused some of this damage in Castlewood. Just because it's a small tornado doesn't necessarily mean... Okay. Well, folks, I think I have had enough fun for the last 5 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you all for joining in tonight. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for the super chats, by the way. I saw a few people just drop a couple of those in. Thanks to Melanie earlier, Dune Blaze 1996 earlier, No Hate Live, and Jillian or Gillian. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. So again, if you want to get us pictures, the best is on Twitter because we can actually find them. So on Twitter, we are at SevereStudios. And just tag it there. And that's the best way to get pictures to us. And we'll retweet stuff. We had almost 1,000 people watching at one point earlier today between 5 and about 5:30 and 6:30. And we've had almost 24,000 views overall. And that is great. It says the tweet is unavailable. No hate if you just sent me and tagged me on Twitter. For some reason, the tweet is unavailable. I'm going to assume that that means that I am blocked for whatever reason from seeing whatever picture is on whatever account, which is probably why I couldn't find it earlier. So that is the deal. One more look at the line of storms as they rolled through earlier tonight as we back the radar up. That was a nasty, nasty, nasty line. Storm chaser Carl Brackey says he just got back home. No power and trees everywhere. Okay, well, I think that's it for tonight. It is 9:20 again. Corey Hartman here. You can follow us. Make sure you like our stuff. Make sure you hit that subscribe button before you leave, okay? Make sure you do that. One more reminder. Click, ding, and be subscribed so that when we do these marathon live coverage sessions that you are there with us. Won't always be hosted. Sometimes you'll just hear weather radio. Sometimes we're all out in the field and can't do one. But the last couple days, very important to do them. So I'm glad we did. So thanks for joining us here tonight. Again, you can send us pictures at SevereStudios on Twitter. And thanks again for all the super chats. And thanks again for tuning in tonight. Have a good night. Stay safe. And say a little prayer for the people that have had damage tonight. Good night, everybody.